It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. That was harder than I thought it was going to be for some reason. Oh, my voice just decided not to do anything. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
37 degrees right now, but we're going to be diddling 50 at some point today.
Nice.
Sun's coming back out in the afternoon, and then tomorrow.
Sweet, I hear.
That's right, diddling 60, partly cloudy. It'll be sunny, it looks like, in the afternoon, and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Soak it in. March, baby. Before that last snowstorm we get every March before.
Oh, yeah.
And
Always
again,
one more.
And look, never forget, this is the week, however many years ago, that the ice storm hit.
1991, when the city came to the grips of humanity.
Like, my favorite thing about your hatred for the ice storm,
You let it go, man.
if you were here, you would be doing this content all week long, every
I
year was the
wasn't,
anniversary.
man, so I'm tired of it.
Could have been cool, so, 'cause I
They
was
showed a
here.
video of it in the store, in
there-
case you didn't remember it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know a single person who grew up here that doesn't have a photo album with a section of ice storm photos.
It was remarkable. It was like nothing we'd ever seen before.
Ice?
Yeah, all like
Rochester
everything.
got ice?
There is a whole album in my house, in my parents' house, of my dad standing next to things covered in ice.
So there was a DJ who used to be on Wham. He became like Mr. Ice Storm. He it was like Namath winning that one Super Bowl, and he wrote it till the end.
Mr. Ice Storm. Every time I get mad, I pick
You didn't do nothing. You were a little fat kid sitting at your grandmother's house playing Nintendo.
You were a divorced, drunken ass
I wasn't even here.
bad road comic. That's what I'm saying. You weren't even good enough to be in the ice storm. Okay, now I need your guys' advice.
Okay.
Today I am going to lunch with a coworker of ours that none of us know really at all.
How are they a coworker?
They-
I don't know.
There are people that are coworkers that you don't know.
I always consider if I don't know you, you're not really a coworker.
Maybe they think that about you.
That's fine.
and by the way, yeah, like what? You make those rules, you non-working ass bitch.
They don't know me. They don't work here.
That's basically you work here, but we don't nothing.
Well, because we don't work in the same area. Like we're on the air downstairs. This person works upstairs.
Oh, are they like sales
Yes,
people? All
it is
right.
a salesperson.
So what's going on?
So this person has worked here, Kimmy, what do you think, like a year and a half?
Probably.
But we've never really had any interaction, and like, our salespeople are in and out because
Yeah.
they're doing sales
Sure.
stuff. So she came to me like, I don't know, a month ago, and I was like, hey, would you like to sit down and get lunch sometime? And I was like, yeah, sure, we'll do that. It happens with salespeople all the time. So that was that. I don't know what the lunch is about. And I don't know this woman, like, at all.
Yeah, all right.
Right? So I'm a little anxious about that, and I don't know why I'm anxious about not knowing what kind of lunch I'm walking into, because it's not like she could fire me.
No.
I don't think she's going to kill me. I
But
mean,
she has something she wants to ask you.
I would assume, and
No,
it's,
that's what it's going to be.
and it's something that I guess she couldn't ask me, like, just walking through the hallway.
Right.
So what am I supposed to expect at lunch today?
A pitch.
A pitch.
She's going to talk you into doing something.
Oh, wait, the 25 video volume of the Ice Storm
Yes.
recalled? You know what they call me?
What's that?
Mr. Ice Storm.
Yeah, she's going to pitch something to you.
Okay, but see, that's less of a concern. The bigger thing I'm anxious about.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, I don't know this woman really at all.
Right.
Okay. And she's younger than I am. She invited me to lunch.
Yeah.
Who pays for lunch?
She does. It's a business meeting.
It
I
would,
mean, if somebody in business says, I want to meet you for lunch, it's on them.
Somebody in business. Are you in business?
She in
business or sales.
Why would you pick up the tab for that?
Because it's the polite thing to
No,
do.
there's
I'm
not
kinda-
polite in business, man. You called me to lunch. It's not like a first date,
You've
man.
never been in business in your life, and you're gonna tell me how business works. You think
Man.
you think any business involves like the Peterson account?
Don't. Yeah. Well, how's that going? Bud?
Nah, it doesn't exist.
No, don't pick up the tab.
Why?
Let her pet. Why?
I'm kind of with you in terms of this. If it's a coworker thing, the person who invited the other to lunch
Yeah.
picks up the tab.
Okay.
Do you feel like you have to pick
Well,
it up
expensive.
because you're the guy?
Yes.
Which,
yes.
but I understand. But to Tommy's point, it's not a date.
I understand.
It's
not a date.
purely just a lunch between coworkers.
And it's
So I
going to be
wouldn't-
business talk. Like you're not going there for chit chat. She's got some kind of idea that she's not sure you want to do, so she's going to try to sell you on.
Okay, you have not had lunch with a salesperson in 15 years
Oh no.
since you divorced your wife, like your ex-wife.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
And she didn't even want to have lunch with you then. Look, it's possible this is just like a, hey, let's get to know each other because we may have to do work together kind of thing. Okay, you're going to old man wave me?
Man, hey, man, you're dreaming.
All right, let me going back to the check here, Kimmy. There are two things. And look, I feel bad about saying this out loud, But yes, because she's a woman, I feel like I should pick up the check. And I don't know why, because you're right.
That's almost why you shouldn't.
Okay, so it would be offensive for me to reach for the check.
Demeaning.
Yeah, kind of think so. Because you're also older.
Okay, but that's the other reason why I feel like I should pick up the check. Like, she's younger. She hasn't worked here as long. Like, this is me like, hey, you're still getting started. I've been here for a while.
That's also demeaning.
But and that's also an assumption. We don't know. We don't know how.
You're just a little girl. I'll pay for your dinner, honey.
See,
you want to win a lollipop too, and I'll take you to the swings.
Okay.
You're just like talking down to her.
Yeah.
If I went to lunch with this woman today and I didn't say anything to you guys, and it got back that I sat there while she picked up the check, you would crush me.
What would I say?
You would crush me. Oh, you're gonna let some woman that's worked here for 1 year.
Shit showed up.
There you go. No, and what's funny is if this was a dude, there wouldn't even be an argument. We would both be sword fighting over the check because I'm not going to let that guy have anything over me. I don't want some sales guy buying me lunch and feeling like, I owe him something. Like, if it was a dude, I'm not even asking you guys. I am paying for that lunch. But because she's younger, because it's a woman, and I know that sounds bad, but it's in my head, and I'm trying to work it out here.
You're also assuming she's not doing well.
I'm not assuming she's not doing well.
You are by grabbing that check.
Yeah,
you go,
she's
you're
struggling.
just starting out.
No,
you don't have
struggling.
it. I got it. You don't
Living
have
hand
it.
to mouth, check to check, just keeping it going. Do what I can. Keeping it real.
Look, it has nothing to do with what I think she makes and everything to do with age. Because I always feel like I have to pick up the check if someone's younger without question, man, woman.
Really?
Yeah.
Screw that.
Shut up, you bitch. And I love how you're sitting here. Like,
Well, I'm older than everybody. I'd be picking up everything. I ain't doing that. I ain't
but
got it.
You sit here and you're like, yeah, let everyone else pay. Every time we go out, it's a fist fight for the damn check. In fact, when we were at Kimmy's wedding, I tried to buy breakfast for you and your wife, and you went, oh, no. And it was a buffet. It was a buffet.
Not a very good one, is it?
I enjoyed that buffet, you bitch-ass, non-buffet eating-ass bitch. No, I feel like I have to get the check. I feel like that's the class right thing to do.
Listen, the woman in the room is telling you it's insulting, it's demeaning, it's old school, and that don't play.
Well, especially again if she's the one who initiated the
Right.
lunch.
Okay.
Like
right.
it would be different, I guess, if you said let's go out to lunch. I would understand. I think the person that sets the date should be the one that pays.
Okay. Here's my biggest fear. And I see you guys on hold, 252 WCMF. I'm having lunch with a person that works upstairs, salesperson. She's only been here for like a year and a half. I don't know her at all. Younger than me. So I've been
She's
here.
just coming up, poor thing.
Well, no, I don't know anything about her.
She ain't making no money.
So we're going to go have lunch, and I'm wondering when this check comes, who's supposed to pay? Because I feel like I should pay. Part of it is the man-woman thing. I know it's not a date. Shut up. Part of it is the age thing. Part of it's I've been here longer. Both of you guys, and here's the problem, too. You're both chintz-ass freeloading bitches. Like Kimmy, we call her Gimme Gimme Kimmy for a reason.
Yeah, but I wouldn't ask somebody to lunch and expect them to pay.
All right, I understand. What happens if we're in mid-conversation and they drop the check and the check is sitting there?
Yeah.
How long do I let the check sit before I reach?
I'm guessing if they want to pay, they'll grab it pretty quickly. So Okay, go ahead.
Well, if it's sitting there, she's not.
Yeah. If it sits there, you're probably in the clear to pay.
So how long do I give it?
Couple minutes.
Minutes? That's an eternity.
I mean, when it's wrapping up, like when everybody's like, when it looks like you're leaving.
Okay.
And if it's still sitting there.
Yeah.
And I would never go to lunch or do anything with this chick again.
I have no
Because that is like a career-ending move.
Oh my God.
She's out. She's out. In the old days, she's done.
Shut up, the old days. Bro, I know what happened in the old days. I know what people did where they weren't done. I don't think that's a done move.
You knew where they were done back in the old days.
Kimmy, I'm thinking like if it's there for more than 15 seconds and nobody's reaching for it, I'm starting to get anxious. Like that
15
quickly.
15 seconds.
That's
she could be finishing her thought.
1, 2, 3. That was only 3. How long was that? Times 5.
Wait, 3 times 5?
What is it?
Oh, it's close to 15.
Okay. Look, you do one math problem one time when I already said the answer and you think you're a smart guy now? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, what's up, buddy?
Oh, this is old.
I think you should just ask for a separate checks right off the bat, man.
Wait, right up front? That makes me look like such a chintz-ass bitch.
Dutch?
Well, you know what? That gives her a chance to say, no, it's on me. Or this way you're not, feeling like you're freeloading.
Okay,
I mean, I think it's a fair Scott.
No, Frank, the logic is there. I'm not criticizing your idea. Here's the problem. There's a dirty dance with every picking up a bill at a bar or a restaurant. Because, like, even in that situation, if up front I go, hey, can we get separate checks? And she goes, oh, no, I'm buying lunch today. Even there, I have to fire back a no. So now we're doing that.
No,
like,
you don't.
You do, Frank.
You
Or
made your
else you...
intent clear.
Oh, wait. I didn't know this was Chintz Frank called.
Oh, yeah. King
Chintz
Chintz.
ass Frank.
Hey, man, just tell it like it is. It's in the name, Frank.
Yeah, all right, Frank, so let me ask you this. In all sincerity, if you were in my shoes, would you feel younger coworker, she's a woman, hasn't worked here as long as you have, would you feel like you had to pick up the check even though she invited you?
Oh, no, again, it's like she's the inviter. Like, just like Kenny and those guys are saying. You know, you guys, she's inviting you. Now, if you feel like you need to pay something, especially if you want something expensive on the menu, offer to pay separate checks.
Okay.
She said, no, it's on me. You're in the clear, man.
All right, Frank, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I can't win here.
Well, you're putting it on. It's a little bit on you.
What do you mean?
Well, just the way you described her.
What?
She's younger. She's just starting out. She hasn't been here very long.
I know
Those are all demeaning statements
I'm
saying
not-
you're not successful. She could be the top seller. You don't know. You don't even know who the top seller is here.
You're the one that brought business into it.
It is business.
Facts.
The only reason you're getting together is because you're co-workers.
You don't know that. She could sit me down and go, listen, I just wanted to let you know.
I'm struggling, man.
Nope, not that. You are.
I need some money.
You are so talented and so good at your job. I just wanted to sit down and bask in your glory for a little while.
Who is she, Helen Keller?
What is it even? No, because I wouldn't hear any of that. Wouldn't be able to communicate that to me unless you put her hand in my hand and started signing.
Yeah.
You know, it's so funny. Right. You guys are so nonchalant about that. Oh, yeah, no big deal.
Well, no, I understand you're trying to be polite.
And you guys would both have that massive pit in your stomach if you were in my... You especially. You're Mr. Anxiety about everything.
Don't put it on me, man. This is about you right now.
No, because you're being a dick. Like, I ask a simple question, you turn it into... to me.
This poor little girl ain't got no money. She lives in a dank little apartment, man. She's just living on them college noodles.
If I pick up the check, you're right. I feel like I'm being... What's the word?
Insulting.
Okay, yes. But it's more nuanced than insulting.
Demeaning.
Thank you. Okay, fine. We'll go with demeaning. If I don't pick up the check, and let's say, she goes upstairs with all the other salespeople, and at some point it comes out like, I went out and I took Duffy to lunch. I paid for his lunch. Every one of those salespeople are going to have an idea of what kind of person I am because I let her pay for lunch. You know it. You know it.
But, I mean, that's pretty... that's pretty standard.
Okay.
And like Kimmy said, if you initiated a business lunch, it's on
move.
you.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter what age or where you're at.
Okay, well, then I'll ask you this because you got all the answers here, buddy. So let's say there are entrees between $18 and $45 on this lunch menu. If she's buying lunch, what is my maximum entree I can purchase?
There ain't no maximum.
You're going to take her to
She's going to write it off. It ain't coming out of her
don't
pocket.
I'm positive it's coming out of her pocket.
Company card.
Company card.
Yeah, yeah. Company card.
They're writing it off. Go top shelf, bro.
All right, I'm going to turn to Kimmy now.
Yeah.
Kimmy, $18 to $45. What is the maximum amount of food I can order price-wise?
I mean, let her order first and counter.
I was like negotiating.
Like, have a few options on the menu, and whatever she orders, get something similar.
And here's why you just showed that you guys aren't as confident as you think in your statement. Because you said everything I thought was demeaning, right? Well, Kimmy, now you're telling me that I have to be conscious of what she orders before I order.
Well, if you're
No,
worried
you have
about
to do
price,
Don't worry about price.
Should I worry about price?
that's what I thought you were asking.
Well, I'm asking you, should I worry about price?
If she's paying, I wouldn't go for the highest thing on the menu.
That's a little demeaning. Why can't
Oh,
you? Why do you
well,
think
I'd
she
say
can't
that about
afford it?
any coworker.
It's anybody,
Why
not
not?
this mad woman.
I'm
Poor
going top
little girl
shelf.
can't afford top shelf.
No, I'm saying
First-
that about
first
any
thing I'm
coworker.
doing-
It's a dick move if somebody else is paying to order the most expensive thing
I'm just
on
saying,
the
get what you
menu.
like. So first of all, I'm having a drink.
Okay. You're having a drink.
Absolutely. I'm off work. I'm done for the day. She's working.
No,
I'm
that's
having a
rude because
cocktail.
she can't drink. I'm not going to drink in front of her. She can't drink.
I will.
Yeah, and you're a dick.
So what?
So what, man? Just live your life. Don't care what other people think. What do you guys think about my shoes today? What you were saying, I'm sorry.
I'm having a beer or a cocktail.
Okay.
And then I'm getting an app.
You're going to get an app for yourself?
Yeah.
You don't have enough tummy space for an app and an entree.
And then I'm going tippy top shelf.
there's nothing on the menu you can eat that's tippy top shelf. How much is fennel? Like, what do you want? Like, you're not eating meat, you bitch. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We'll take one more call. Teddy's on CMF. Hey, Teddy, what's up, buddy?
Here what you have to do. If you really want to pay bail before even start eating, give a credit card to the hostess or wait staff. Tell them.
Okay.
No check going to the table.
Okay. So, Teddy, asking your personal opinion because you are a wise man. You've seen a lot all over this world. Would you feel obligated to pay in this situation?
It depends on our circumstances. Is the person walking with you and is that business meeting or?
Yeah,
just
I mean,
going out
she invited
together?
me to lunch. It's strictly business. I
Straight
don't know
up.
what business it is. So, is she paying?
I'm not sure on that situation.
Not so easy.
See, he's one of them old school dudes, man. He can't say it.
Yeah. What?
He wants to pay.
Okay. Did you call him one of them old school dudes as your wrinkly face is dripping over your turtleneck sweater and you shag it?
Except Tommy, he doesn't want to pick up any type from anybody.
Teddy, he's too small to pick up anything, even the check. Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I love Teddy.
Yeah, he's great.
All right. Well, tell you what. I'll keep you guys abreast of the situation.
I can't wait to hear how it goes. I'm dying to know what she wants.
No, what? It could just be a getting to know you lunch.
It ain't, bro.
Oh my God.
What is she gonna get out of it with a meeting with Pat?
She
we
has
can't
something.
help her career.
She's got something she wants him to do.
Like what? What am I going to do?
There's going to be a client, this pitch. You're going to be doing something.
You know what this is?
What?
What?
Are you listening to this?
I'm not sure what is happening.
It's jealousy.
Oh.
Because he didn't get asked to go to lunch by any people upstairs. And
Listen,
now,
we all can't go to the boot barn.
see you 11 to 1 Saturday at the Boot Barn, Henrietta, next to Value City Furniture on Highland Drive. And we'll get to that more later.
Okay.
In the day. But we have a dynamite pick up that check kind of breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we already started bitching it up. We're going to bitch it out.
You are being a massive bitch. Bitch voice leader coming at you just after 7. Also, sex in a relationship is very important.
Oh, yeah.
But the frequency of sex is what can make or break your relationship.
Ah.
And we have an article written by a psychologist. The title of the article is How Long is Too Long Without Sex in a Relationship?
What do you mean as far as like in between?
You got it. Like
right.
3 times a week, 1 time a week, 1 time a month. And it's funny because you would think this is individual to every relationship. But we could be wrong. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom.
Yeah.
You know, I guess we could dine and dash and nobody has to pay.
There you go.
Right? There is a woman who didn't dine and dash, but she grabbed and took off, according to police, in one of the most ridiculously high-priced shoplifting situations we've ever seen in the greater Rochester
really?
area. And here's the thing. In this situation, the way that this product is placed in the store, Kimmy, it seems almost impossible that she would be able to do what she's accused of.
Oh.
Yeah, I would think.
That being said,
Yeah.
if she's guilty, maybe this should be less about punishment and more about information gathering.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Told you, Tommy. What have I told you? There was a way to put tens of thousands of dollars in your pocket in your backyard for free.
Let's do it.
That's what one woman's accused of doing. She's in some serious trouble for doing it. But it's how she was able to pull this off that is so mind-blowing. Because if you are a lady who shops at a store like this or a man that has been forced to stand in one of these stores, it seems that this caper that police say she pulled off multiple times would be impossible.
Oh,
You're
but
hanging,
she did it.
According to police.
Right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF comedian Burt Kreischer's Fully Loaded Comedy Festival. It's coming at Darien Lake Amphitheater June 23rd. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m., livenation.com. But we have your chance to win tickets.
Nice.
We got them. We're going to give them to you. We'll do them in the 7 o'clock hour.
Wow.
How about that?
Man.
So sit tight. Comedian Burt Kreischer tickets coming at you here in the break room in the 7 o'clock hour with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. A 30-year-old woman from Rochester is accused of stealing. You ready? $34,000 in perfume.
Wow.
From the Ulta in Victor.
34,000.
So did she actually steal it, or was it an attempted theft? Like, did she get out of the building?
That I don't know. The
Okay.
details here are slim. I'll tell you what we know.
How much is perfume, man?
I mean, it's expensive, but that's a high number.
So authorities say this woman pulled this off at the same store multiple times between December of last year and February of this year. $34,000 in perfume from one store.
So she doesn't work there.
Not as far as we know.
She came in as a customer, you're guessing, and this was like, and she kept going back and stealing.
This is what it seems. Again, it says it happened between December of last year and February of this year. And, you bring up the price of perfume. Let's do some quick math. Let's say, on average, Kimmy, every bottle she stole was $100 each. Is that a fair assessment?
Give or take, yeah.
Okay, but on average.
Yeah.
Okay. That means, if that's the number we're going with, she stole, what,
3,000. Wait, 3,400.
340?
34,000 bottles.
All right, now you got me questioning myself. You would get 34,000 bottles, $34,000 at $100 a bottle by stealing 340 bottles of perfume?
That sounds right.
All right.
Or is that 3,400?
And I don't think they're all that expensive.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
expensive.
hold on.
No, you're right. No, it'd be 340.
340 times 100 is 34,000.
No, that would be.
No.
That's
Wait.
3,000.
No, shut up. Why are we so bad at math?
Why are you so dumb?
How did God put three people that are all so bad at math that we can't figure out?
No, you're right. It's 34,000.
Okay, so $100 a bottle would be 340
Yes.
bottles of
Yes, correct.
perfume. Here's what makes this even more remarkable.
Yeah, good thing we don't run this store.
Well, actually, someone like us might, because you managed to get 334. Damn it! If you go to places like Sephora, like Ulta, these makeup perfume places, the perfume is under lock and key.
Yeah, it's usually all locked up.
Usually,
They just have those little testers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sometimes like they'll have like the full bottle out as a tester, to your point. So like maybe if you wiped out like the wall of already opened perfumes,
You'd have to get all of them.
Every single
but
time.
even still that's not
Yeah.
340.
No. So, like,
Yeah.
how did she manage, if the accusations are true, to get into a locked area to steal 340 bottles of perfume, we're guessing, over 5 trips to Ulta between December of last year and February of this
It's
year?
impossible.
Unless not
Well, no, it's
all
not
of them are
impo-
locked.
It's impossible
Maybe.
to do it the way we're thinking.
Okay.
Like walking
Yeah.
in and walking out. There has to be another way. Either she got it off the loading dock or she got it into the back room.
Oh, we're doing Goodfellas? Hey, why don't you go down there? Go down the alley. I got the dresses down there. No, go right there. Down that way.
I think
because-
she had to go through the back door.
Yeah.
That's where you get the job done, son.
Oh, yeah.
Back door.
I would think she took like a whole because I'm thinking like how would you even walk out of one of those stores with that many bottles at a time? Like it would be hard to carry. Like they'll give you like a basket, but
Well,
other
not when
than,
you're shoplifting, they won't.
no, but that's what I
Excuse me, I'm
mean.
shoplifting.
Like,
Can I have a cart, please?
that's why I would assume like it would all be in like a box or packaged up in some way where it'd be easier to walk out with that many bottles at a time.
Okay, so here's what we do know. At least accusation-wise.
What's
A
that?
30-year-old woman has been charged with 5 counts of grand larceny along with 2 counts of burglary, which means, based on those charges, she did 5 separate runs. So 340 bottles of perfume divided by 5. Damn it.
That's $34 a run.
That would be
34 bottles a run.
60 over 60 bottles per on average.
And you couldn't carry that out discreetly. That's like cases of perfume.
I am flummoxed. I'm flummoxed.
They sell that there. Flummoxed by Chanel. when it smell flummoxed.
Like, look, man, how are these the only details? How do you not tell me how this woman managed to pull off stealing, if she's guilty, $34,000 in perfume from one store?
Because you'd have to ask the lady to unlock it because you want to look at it.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to start loading it into your purse or something.
Hello, I'd like to try 60 bottles of perfume, please, that are already wrapped. And no, you'd
have to like arm swipe the whole shelf.
Right.
And by the way, no, because even that, I got long arms, man.
How many can you carry at once?
Man, it weighs a ton.
I can't even arm swipe 60 bottles of perfume. All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We got some theories coming in. Again, a woman is accused of stealing $34,000 in perfume from Ulta and Victor from December of last year into February of this year. She's been charged with 5 counts of grand larceny, which is stealing over $1,000. By the way, she's in some serious trouble. She's locked up right now awaiting a court date because it's 5 counts of grand larceny. Logically, based on other stories we've seen, we can assume she did this in 5 separate times if the allegations are true, but it's still bizarre. Mary's going to tell us what went down. Hey, Mary, what's up?
Have you been in a retail store?
What the hell do you know about perfume, woman? Stank ass hippie.
Man, you are in a bad mood.
This ain't patchouli, honey. This is a little over your head.
He's not being invited to lunch.
That's
Come
what
on,
it is.
you'd make a great leprechaun on the CMF float next St. Patrick's Day.
Catch the mute leprechaun,
With
Mary.
Duffy, the only Irishman in the whole place. Can't you see through that? Oh, my God, you guys are so stupid. Anyhow. Anyway, have you been in a retail store? There's nobody working.
Ooh.
There's like 2 people running the whole place.
But Pat's saying it's all locked up, though.
They're just leaving. They're leaving the stuff sitting on the floor waiting to be put on the shelf.
That's not a bad theory.
But she'd have to hit that right 5 times.
I mean, if
She may have had a partner. She may have had somebody working with her to distract the person who is doing that. And I'll just walk this box right out before the labels are put on there that make it go boo, 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 boo.
And going along those lines, I mean, if she's in and out of that store all the time, she may have the schedule down pat when she knows when stuff comes in. She knows when it's sitting there.
Exactly. Stuff sits there on the floor. It might sit there for 3 days. Nobody's putting stuff away.
That's a great call, Mary. I don't hate that theory.
Nobody wants to work anymore, Pat.
As somebody who never goes into a retail store, I'm pretty good at this.
I'm proud of you, Mary.
Bye, darling.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye. Thank you for the call. That's not a terrible theory.
That sounds
I love how it shuts you down right away.
Hey, it's okay once, but that's not. I don't think that's.
I mean, if she's spending every day in that
scenario
store, that'd be an automatic red flag.
Right. Like that scenario would have to work out 5 times. And they would be missing 5 cases of perfume.
Right.
No, I understand, but I mean, think about this. Like, Mary's not wrong. Like, retail stores are really understaffed right
I understand.
No, I can understand why they wouldn't catch somebody that's working there may not even have seen it.
And here's the thing. Like, you say they got security cameras and things like that.
And
sure.
everything's under lock.
100%. No, but I mean, if it's out waiting to be stocked, which I also have seen, she's not wrong. If it's out waiting to be stocked, you only have a handful of people working the store. You wouldn't have a security guard sitting and watching every face coming through, right? So you may not even notice that this woman that you know has ripped you off is in the store with you. That's not a terrible theory. Give me a more likely explanation.
I like my back loading dock caper.
Okay. Wouldn't it have said that?
Doesn't say anything.
No, I assume, I guess, when you assume you make an ass out of you and me.
Ooh, write that down.
Which we do, just trying to do math on this show. I would assume it would say it took it off the loading dock. I don't know. So here, I have a theory, or I have an idea. Because we sit here and we're trying to figure this out, and we know that retail theft has become a major problem in Monroe County.
Yeah.
Because, God forbid, the Altas of the world don't have dinner to put on their table for their children, right? This woman is facing some serious trouble, maybe legitimate jail time with $34,000, 5 counts of grand larceny. Do you offer her a deal to figure out how the hell she was pulling this off?
Yeah, I guess so. If you really want to get down to the bottom. I mean, you may already know, though.
Okay, but you think you know.
I mean, this ain't a bank heist or, like, tax fraud. I mean, it's boxes going out the door. How much of a deal do you need to cut this woman?
But here's the thing.
It sounds like if it's Mary's scenario, it's more about your employees than this woman.
First of all, it's called a Monario. Second of all.
Called a what?
Never mind. Second of all.
Monario.
Well, look, I mean, there is technology that exists.
Yeah.
that allows people, helps people to do this thing. And when police and stores think they have that technology figured out, something else shows up. It may not be the worst idea when you see the biggest offenders being arrested to offer to cut them a deal so you can explain to me, 1, how you're doing this, 2, what else is coming down the line, 3, who else you're working with, and 4, what the motivation is.
All right, but that means she gets to walk with a lesser charge, and people hate that.
Okay, great. Well, then guess what?
Lock her up.
If you don't have the information, she's locked up. There's 5 people like her that are able to take advantage of you.
I mean, you're making sense, but I don't know if they want to do that.
Okay, fine. Well, then quit bitching about this stuff happening over and over again. Like, sometimes you have to have unconventional ideas to stop things that you can't stop from happening.
Everybody's walking, Pat. They walk in, they steal the stuff, and then they walk.
Well, look, man.
They don't even stop them anymore.
What's the smarter thing to do? Because a couple of months ago, Monroe County came out and said they were changing policies and increasing patrols to stop retail theft because it was that big a deal, right? Okay. Well, that costs money.
Oh, yeah.
Does it not? And locking this woman up, which if she's convicted is a likely thing will happen based on how much she took, that also costs money. And while she's locked up and while you're spending all this other money, you increase patrols. You didn't stop this woman from walking out with $34,000.
Right.
Granted, it was Ontario County. Give me a better way. If we can't stop it, if we haven't been able to stop it with the policies we have, try something different.
All right.
But I guess what information would you be getting from her if she just simply walked out with it? You know what I mean?
That
What if it
almost impossible?
What if it wasn't anything that complicated?
I guess.
Right, and they
that's
may
the
already
case.
know how she walked out the door with it.
You think you know?
True. Because they have cameras.
Yeah, but
Every joint's got cameras. I mean, you would see her literally walking out the front door with a big box, struggling to her car with 60 bottles of cologne.
But here's the thing: if they don't have enough retail workers on the floor, what makes you think they have a security guard sitting in a back room observing those cameras?
No,
all
but they
the
would
time?
look at the cameras now to figure out how she did it.
Oh, right.
When they do that, they just pull the film and
If
look
you
at
could,
it.
if you could figure it out by watching the video.
Well, it's a box. She's walking out with it. She put it in her car and then she hauled ass.
Okay, well, no, that's weird because I heard she took it off the back of the loading dock.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you.
We'll take
backdoor action.
one more call, 252 WCMF. A woman stole, it seems in 5 separate occasions between December and February, $34,000 in perfume from Ulta in Victor. Bob, break it down for us, buddy.
Oh, morning, boys and Kimmy.
What's up?
So I went to the Ulta Beauty in Victor for my first time with my girlfriend on our way to Rochester because I got her a gift card, so she wanted to spend it.
Man, you romantic son of a bitch, you.
Oh, absolutely. So there was a Spanish couple in there prior to us getting there, and the perfume and cologne area is like in a big traffic circle in front of the store. So there's cologne all on the inside and perfume on the inside and all on the outside, and the bottles are right there, the samples, as well as the boxes you can buy. They're right there. You don't have to have anyone unlock.
Okay, so they're not locked up in Victor.
And they're at the front of the store, I guess.
Okay.
So we hear all of a sudden there's a Spanish couple and they're speaking, Spanish, and you hear.
Wait, hold on. The Spanish couple is speaking Spanish.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, they were. Well, I mean, dude, this is Victor. How many people there do you think could understand them?
You mean the folks that work right down the road in Farmington?
Anyways, so they were there before us, and all of a sudden there's 2 more people, Spanish people, with them, and they were there
Cuatros.
after us. So
Spanish.
we were there for about a half hour, 45 minutes. So, and they didn't buy anything. It was just very strange to me.
This story is so long. Bob, Bob, somebody has stole $20,000 worth of merchandise from where you are right now. That's how long this story is.
No, Bob went into the store and saw nothing.
You heard someone speaking another language. That's what you called to tell the show.
No. What I said to my girlfriend when we left was, how many Puerto Ricans does it take to buy cologne? I mean...
Let's keep doing things the way we're doing them. That's a great idea, Tommy.
Did he hang up on himself?
No, that was me.
Okay.
That was me. How many people out in a farm area speak Spanish?
Well, then he goes, nothing happened, but, they were speaking Spanish. But it was suspicious bad.
They didn't buy nothing, Pat.
There's a Mexican restaurant in Eastview where the people speak Spanish. Okay. Let's take a break. Let's go further east.
Okay, where are we going?
A place that's a little more affluent than Victor, which is Sometimes hard to believe. We're talking Canandaigua, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Canandaigua was worried about safety too, but not safety of their perfume, safety of the people walking down the street. And because of that, they are considering doing something that the city of Rochester tried and chucked right out the window. We had such a bad experience with this, Tommy. You'd have think these would never shown up in our area ever again.
But Canandaigua was going to take a run at it.
They may.
All right.
We'll tell you what we're talking about next to the break room on CMF. It's an idea that was so bad here in Rochester. Not only did it cause an endless amount of court cases to get rid of it, it was one of the few times the city admitted we made a mistake.
Can't do it.
So you'd think after seeing that, Tommy, no community in our area would ever consider these again. But you're wrong, because a town east of us is now weighing the options of catching every single person who ever runs a red light again.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
We're going to bitch it out, buddy.
In one language. And they say that sex is very important to a marriage. The amount of sex you have is important to a marriage.
How many times you slapping uglies?
For some. And the amount you're not having can also be very important. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The city of Canandaigua is looking into red light cameras.
Wow.
Story in the DNC says a meeting tonight will consider asking the state for the ability to allow it. I guess that Canandaigua has to go to the state and say, okay, you have the blessing to do the red light cameras. So we all remember how these worked, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
And everybody was pissed.
If for those who may be new to the area, if you ran a red light, it took a picture of your license plate, and you would have a ticket, no ifs, ands, or buts. And we are intimately familiar with them here because, what, did the city have them for 4 years?
And they couldn't collect on them. Remember, that was one of the
Right.
problems, too?
Problem
And people
one.
were getting,
They just stiffed.
yeah. I think it was also a case of like people like that were getting other people's tickets. Like there was a lot of issues with the
Problem
whole
two.
system. Yeah.
The other issue was folks that weren't actually running red lights
Yeah.
were getting tickets because
Right.
if you got too close to the line, poof,
Yeah.
that light would go off, and it didn't matter. You couldn't fight it. You were getting a ticket for that. There were also issues with maintaining the red light cameras, Tommy, keeping them working right. It was such a disaster. In a rare move, the city of Rochester scrapped the idea and took them down forever.
Yeah.
Never to be seen again, possibly until now. So to be clear, what's going on out in Canandaigua is in the very early stages. And the folks who are looking into this, Tommy, are saying this has nothing to do with making money, everything to do with safety.
Absolutely.
Right. Because it definitely stopped people from running red lights.
Well, Canandaigua,
And those rough streets of Canandaigua.
it is a unique road place.
Yeah.
Because you have that main street in Canandaigua that feeds most of the traffic into CMAC, and there's a ton of people in the summertime.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
But it just creeps along.
Right.
Because you have those crosswalks where people don't have to wait for a break of traffic. They can just go, and you have to stop for them, which is unbelievably frustrating in the summertime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that road connects to 5 and 20, which you also get walkers on because of the beach and the resorts and the stores over there. But that's what, 45, 55?
Something like that, yeah.
And that feeds a ton of traffic from into CMAC too.
Right.
So I understand. I mean, it is pretty dangerous road area.
Yeah,
in
but what are the
Canandaigua.
red light cameras going to do?
Nothing.
I don't know.
Right?
And you're and when you have those concerts, you're just creeping along. Especially if it's a big show, right? You're just
It could be the slowest red light run.
yeah. Because you could get
Just-
caught
yeah.
creeping over the line when you're just trying to make it. You know what I mean?
Maybe
Like,
that's part of the problem. Folks are blocking crosswalks. They don't want to
I
do that
guess.
anymore. Poof, and you're busted.
But even if you did that, you still wouldn't know until later, until that thing shows up in the mail. And again, is that going to stop you from? How often are you going through that road or that area where it's going to stop you from doing it again?
You know, because that light goes off. And that was the most
Yeah.
frustrating part about, pooh, you knew it. Like, damn it.
Yeah.
Like, you want to get out of the car and yell at the camera, like, I didn't do it. I didn't actually run. It was an accident.
I mean, just all that lake traffic and everything. I don't know. It seems like you're just pissing people off for no reason.
Okay, but Canandaigua seems to do that a lot, right?
Yes, they
I mean,
do.
You know, you got noise ordinances for places that are popular. You got folks with money that are doing things, enacting policies.
Right,
that
because
are
they
hurt-
can push it through because
Exactly.
they got the bank.
Yeah, to the folks that have lived in that community. I mean, it is a have and have not community. We've talked
Very
about
much.
This. All right, so you think this is a bad idea?
Well, essentially, you're going to piss off concert goers, which is probably one of the main things you got going on in the summer besides the lake,
Okay,
is CMAC.
okay.
And do I want to be, every time I go down there, I'm getting a ticket or I'm getting pinched? You know, I may go to Darien Lake to see shows.
Okay, but like, here's the thing, because that was the argument.
I'll go see Jason Aldean on my own terms.
Try that in your.
Try that red light in a small town.
I mean, look, man. People didn't stop coming downtown only because of the red light cameras. I don't think people are going to stop going to Canandaigua because of red light cameras.
But you do have other options. You're not the only lake, and you're not the only lakefront where I can go do things.
Okay, that is a very old, angry
You're not
man
the
thing
only
to say.
lake around here.
There's water everywhere. There's a great one. There's finger ones.
Look at that. Look where your old man's got his lakefront property.
No, actually, he's so far off of Canisius Lake, he's closer to Canandaigua.
The thing about this is there's a lot of money and a lot of wealth in Canandaigua.
Yes,
and if
there
you
is.
start to piss off the rich people, I'm guessing more is going to be done about those red light cameras and pretty quickly.
But it's possible the folks that have money want this, right?
Yeah.
Hell, you can't
Until it happens to them.
But you can't get hit on a red light camera with a helicopter.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like, look, this could be coming from folks that have money. Go, my children and I were walking down Main Street, and a man almost ran a red light.
true.
And how do we stop that?
Because you never hear. I mean, I don't know how bad the traffic is down there, but you never hear anything about. I mean, like we hear a lot about Canandaigua. Usually, it's not about traffic.
Okay, it's also possible that there's so much craziness happening in Canandaigua in the summertime. People getting hit by cars would make the news.
Okay.
252 WCMF. But then again, I mean, folks that live out there, is that a legitimate issue? Like, do you feel unsafe walking down the street because people are driving all crazy and willy-nilly?
I'm trying to do my wine crawl, and it's very dangerous.
Well, that's just it, though. I mean, look, drinking is a big part of that.
Bro,
Community.
they have a festival almost every weekend down there of some kind of booze.
You got bars all up and down that Main Street strip. You got those resorts there. I mean, just
yeah, the lakefront.
lake drinking. And, we brought up CMAX. Some people don't know how to handle themselves. The tailgate situation can get out of control. I mean, maybe this is something that's necessary. Although, I don't know why red light cameras would.
I don't think that stops anything.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Canandaigua tonight in a meeting will talk about installing red light cameras in their community, the same style stuff that was going on in the city of Rochester that went so poorly, the city scrapped it and chucked them in the garbage.
I want to see that group of people that shows up at that meeting tonight. It's just going to be a sea of water-related ball caps. Anchors, whales. My other car's a boat.
But I don't know if the people who would go to that meeting, because we all have an idea in our because those people might want red light cameras.
Oh yeah,
because there is also the
slow down.
Oh, the slow down crowd is going to be there,
especially if they're so mad they're doing karate during the meeting.
Stop, get effing.
No, there's also this idea with the red light cameras. At least we saw it before they showed up in the city of Rochester.
Yeah.
I don't do this, so I want them. Until you realize that there's problems with them. So I can see these folks that maybe never went into the city when the red light cameras were there, thinking like this is going to solve the problem they perceive as happening. We could get a bunch of old people screaming for red light cameras tonight.
Okay. But then they're going to start screaming to get them out of there.
Well, that's exactly what happens.
The same crowd's going to show up.
Yeah. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So, I lived down in Canandaigua for roughly, I don't know, maybe 15 years.
Oh, it was rough. It was definitely rough.
Yeah. No, it sucked. But, nobody is walking down 5 and 20 other than when there's concerts.
Bro, I was there over the summer. I couldn't believe it. It was my buddy's wedding. We had to go to Wegmans to go pick some stuff up. There were folks walking down 5 and 20 near that Wegmans. Is it Roseland Water Park? There's another plaza.
But isn't there like a sidewalk there or no? Is they walking on the side of the road?
Yes, there is a sidewalk, but it's like 15 or 30 feet off the road.
All right, Ben. You live there.
Maybe where they normally put a sidewalk?
No, usually the sidewalk's like 4
why are you
feet
having
off
sidewalk
the road
arguments with Ben now? Why are we doing that?
No, also on Main Street, that Main Street is incredibly annoying because
no, you're incredibly annoying. The Main Street's fine.
This to you,
I'm listening.
I live there. Then shut up. But anyways, so down Main Street, between every single light, there's also a stupid crosswalk where they hit those stupid buttons and the lights all light up and everybody has to stop. So it would be incredibly annoying if they did have those things.
All right, well, Ben, thank you. I want to get some more calls in, so we'll save your time today, but thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
They got the button.
Right, have a good one, guys.
Bye.
They got a button.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
No.
Hey, listen, one of the problems they have with the red light cameras are, you ever been in an intersection and you're making like a left oncoming traffic, it turns yellow? They interviewed police officers that came right out and said we would never give a ticket for something like that because in New York State you have the right to clear an intersection before the other side starts up. One of the reasons they got rid of them, not just the cost to have them, but the amount of money you end up spending in a courtroom.
No, yeah. Look, there were several issues that led to them being pulled. You're right. Like, there was that.
Yeah.
There was the creeping over the line. There were people turning right on red that did everything right, and all of a sudden the camera decided, no, we're going to get you for that. Jimmy, you're right. Like, nobody's arguing for the red light cameras, except maybe some people tonight in Canandaigua who have never dealt with them before.
Well, again, I don't know. I think, listen, I really think it's a money thing. They could make money on it. I don't think they care that much about safety. I mean, their goal is always, they legalize pot to make money on the taxes. It goes on and on. I don't know if you know it. They got these pickup trucks with cameras too, and construction
Yeah, we talked about that multiple times. Yep.
Okay, you remember. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, Jimmy. Have a good rest of the day. I think maybe we should just shut the phones down for the rest of the day. It's been
No. Maybe we got him out of the way. We'll see.
It's been a rough 57 minutes.
That was a rough back-to-back. You have Ben and Jimmy going for the rammer hat trick.
Oh, let's not speak things into existence, man. All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we've already started, but let's start bitching it out.
Maybe we just open up the phones and let everybody else do it. No, we got a Bitch Boys Theater coming at you. And let's talk sex, buddy.
Okay.
You need sex in a relationship to make that relationship healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out you need a certain amount of sex in a relationship to make things healthy. And we have a psychiatrist that is here to break down, well, not in the room, wrote an article to break down what a healthy amount of sex is.
It's just like a trim chart.
I guess in so many words, yes.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to how long is too long without sex in your relationship.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we are sold a bill of goods when we're younger. You grow up, you get married, and then you get all the sex you want anytime you want it.
Tang on demand.
Now, I know married folks are laughing their asses off right now, but it's something we all believed, and it's something young folks cannot be told is not the truth.
Yeah.
The fact is, sex in a relationship, as the relationship moves on, can get put on the back burner. But when does that lack of sex start to become a real problem?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. First off, we got tickets to see comedian Bert Kreischer. He's coming to Darien Lake on June 23rd. We will get you those tickets in just a little while.
All right.
Wink. Wink.
You shouldn't wink at Bert.
If I were you, he's not wearing a shirt. You wink at a guy with no shirt.
No, you don't.
Hold on, let me throw one to the folks watching the live stream too. Wink. Sit tight for a little while longer. We'll get you those Bert Kreischer tickets, and we'll get to this whole sex debacle in a second. But it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room,
What do you do, Pat?
you can't call them short or stupid or say today they look like Dean Martin's younger brother who was a sad victim of fetal alcohol syndrome.
Wouldn't that also be Dean Martin?
Oh, he was smooth
The
and
whole,
suave.
the whole Martin family, even his children were born drunk.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines
What are
of,
you wearing today?
What am I wearing?
You're wearing an Olympic zip-up trainer's jacket?
This is my favorite
What do you
zip-up.
train? Starvation?
It's not funny if you're the only one laughing at it.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I'm going to be in the Olympics, except I'm going to be in synchronized starvation trainer because I'm a skinny, scrawny little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Tells me that you don't think that's a tough, dirty job, buddy.
It's a very tough.
Oh, is it? Oh, my name's Tommy. I'm scared because I realize I'm not pandering to everybody I need to pander to, so I'm going to pander hard now all of a sudden because I'm a scared ass, not tipping a cup, little bitch ass bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I obey all the speeding laws, even in states I don't live in, because I'm just a traffic-obeying little, slow-driving little bitch.
You do 45 on 390.
Never had a ticket either. I leave you nothing.
And you'd give it
Yes,
up.
you
I
would.
talk tough until the lady taps me on the shoulder because I give her up a little way because I'm a little way for giving up, little scared ass, coward ass, hide ass bitch.
Aw, Pat Duffy. Tommy's got a picture of my little weenie on his telephone, and I'm scared because I used to be a little weenie flashing little bitch.
Me rude.
How dare
on.
you? I'm going to let you go.
Oh, my name's Pat Duffy. I gotta have the last box of vanilla wafers because I'm a little bitch.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I'll let anybody in my house because I'm such a kind soul. Now I gotta explain to Rich Eye that I don't have a car anymore because they ran off of my car because I'm a kind-hearted little bitch.
Actually, I just came back from Long Island for 7-hour driving.
Ooh. Are you burger shaming me now?
Oh, what is Tommy? And I won't put extra toppings on my 2 donuts pulled with a burger in between because I'm scared of having a heart attack. I'm scared of bitch.
This is burger bullying. I'm gonna consult my congressman, Mr. Burgess.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
So in front of us, we have an article written by a psychiatrist. And the title of the article is How Long is Too Long Without Sex in a Relationship? So fun fact, Tommy. American couples in long-term relationships report on average they are having sex about 1 time a week.
Okay.
So if you've been with your spouse, your partner, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife for a significant time, if you're having sex once a week, you are hitting the mark for the rest of America.
52 porkins a year.
52 Porkins is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
52 porkins a year. But that don't count her rear.
For God's sakes, man.
That's what she said.
But here's the
It's
thing.
okay, we're married. It ain't a sin.
Not everyone is average.
Yes.
And in the article, the doctor talks about how sex can naturally wax and wane. That was a quote that she used. Go in and out. Not, you get what I'm saying. In certain points in our lives.
Yeah.
But they break down how you know if it's been too long. So I'll start with you guys. How long is too long between sexual escapades in your relationship?
Too long.
If you can't remember when the last time it was.
Well, that's obvious.
That's too long.
Okay, wait, that's your guide that you
Like
go
if you
by?
can't point to the day that it happened, I would say that you realize like, wow, we haven't made time.
All right, I'm going to ask you a personal question.
Okay.
Okay, and we're only doing this for scientific purposes. Would you say you are average when it comes to the sex you have in a year with your husband?
Probably.
You're
But I
awfully
think
quiet
it
over there,
comes-
you
but
coward-ass bitch.
Probably. I don't know.
Well, but I'm thinking like I don't know. It changes. Like it's not. It probably averages out to that, but I would say like it's different week to week.
Okay. Tommy?
I think if you have to start to like, you have to remember or remind yourself to have it.
Okay.
I think it's been too long.
So like schedule sex.
Yeah, because it's not happening spontaneously. It's almost like you're making a sex date.
Okay, but here's the thing. There are lots of people at times in my life, myself and my spouse included, where life is so crazy.
Yeah, you have to schedule it.
You're scheduling
But that makes it
sex
very
dates.
difficult because everything has to line up. Think of everything else you try to plan and do that goes awry because of the kids and everything else.
And I don't think that that's a bad thing because it's not like you're not having sex because you're not interested.
Right.
You're just not being intimate because you don't have the time. It's just that's the way life is right now.
Okay, but the argument that the psychiatrist makes, and I agree with you, it's not that you don't want it.
Right.
It's just that
you can't get it in.
even if you do want it and aren't having it, she argues it's a problem
Right.
because without that physical intimacy, that bond that you have
Feel
with
close.
Yeah, exactly. You're losing things. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I guess the other question is, when it's been too long, Kimmy, usually is it you or your husband who's making the first move?
Probably him.
Okay.
It is. I don't know what to tell you.
Are you not? Do you ever want sex?
I could live a longer time without it than he can.
I think that's most women.
Okay. Yes.
It's just not on my mind as probably often as it is his.
I mean, that's a pretty valid statement for most women.
Okay,
not that I don't want it. I'm just not thinking about it all the time.
Here's what's weird.
I mean,
to me.
guys are pervs. We're constantly thinking.
I don't
I
think-
don't mean perv like bad perv. I mean like
Good perv.
Good.
Good Christian perv.
one of my favorite NBC shows on Sunday night is The Good Perv. Tonight on CBS.
It's just weird to me. If you're watching the live stream, you can see that shirtless hunk of beef behind me, right? In his firefighter pants, that you wouldn't want to be all over that 24/7. Like, what does a guy have to do, for God's sakes? He's saving lives.
but
He's
you're- but
jacked.
that's not
There's a
saying-
puppy next to him.
That's not saying I'm not attracted to my husband. I just think, like, in terms of
Intimacy.
Yeah, thinking about it, it's just not top of mind
I
all
love
the
how
time.
he's your sex PR guy now.
But women have to get in the mood.
Okay.
Like she wants to feel sexy. She wants to feel pretty. She wants to feel desirable. Guys don't need any of that, man.
You don't need the buildup.
No, we don't. The build-up's built in.
Don't put that on a t-shirt.
It is. It's there.
All right.
Especially for younger guys.
So this psychiatrist, this woman, gets into when the distance between sexual escapades starts to become an issue. The
It's
length
too
of time.
long.
Yes. But there's nothing about a period of time. For example, Tommy, she says true signs are, 1, either partner is concerned about the lack of sex.
Okay. They bring it up.
Yes, but concern is a funny word in that sentence. Like, am I concerned it's impacting our relationship? Am I concerned I'm not getting what I want? Because both of those are valid concerns.
Yeah.
Right? She goes on to say, if something is impacting sexual desire, and that's vague too. Because some of those things can be controlled, others can't. Like if you're taking medication that messes with your sex drive, you can't change that.
Right.
If your schedule wipes out like we talked about and you're too exhausted, it's hard to change that. What else could be impacting sexual desire that you can change? Do you know what I'm saying? Like most of those things you can't
Boredom.
Okay.
I mean, there's boredom could creep into a marriage, especially
Yeah.
if you've been married a long time and you both have a very mundane routine that doesn't change or somebody just refuses to change.
Okay.
That can happen.
She goes on to say the most important red flag, the biggest red flag in are you having enough sex in your relationship? If one partner wants to be having more sex than the other.
But that you would think that's every relationship.
I'm with you.
That's everything in life. You're never going to be on board exactly
Yeah.
the same on anything.
Like, has anyone ever been in a relationship in their life where both are sexually satisfied, no one feels they're doing things just to make the others happy? Because that second one will happen.
That may be. I wonder if like that could be true early on in a relationship when you're still kind of in
Yeah.
like that honeymoon phase where you're just this is a new thing for both of you, so maybe you're both on the same page then. But I would assume that changes over time.
So you're saying in your relationship you have done stuff feeling like you're doing your wifely duties?
No, I'm not saying that.
I never said that. I'm not saying.
I think you took the wrong thing out of that.
No, I mean, like, as far as women go, right?
Yeah.
Like, do women feel a sake? Because we're going with women here. You made the statement that men need sex more than women most of the time. You agreed with the statement that Tommy made. Eh?
Yes and no. I just think that you approach it differently.
How many women, and look, the phone number is 252-WCMF. It seems like Tommy's being mature in this conversation, so you can feel safe. How many women feel they have to perform a duty for the sake of their partner when they'd rather be doing something else? How many times does that happen on average in a relationship that's over 5, 10, 15 years?
I mean, it has to happen a ton, I'm thinking.
I don't know. Because your wife would never tell you that.
No.
Your wife would never be like, all right, fine, take it out. Let's go.
But let's say, you're in the mood and you make a move on your wife. And yeah, she could be just go, okay.
All right.
He's in the mood. We haven't done it in a while. We'll do it. I mean, that seems pretty normal to me.
That wouldn't bother you?
No. It's just human nature. Like, I mean, you can't expect everybody to just like, oh my God, you're here with a boner? Fantastic. Can't wait for that. I mean, women don't get the same. I mean, women don't get the same thing out of sex as we do. We're on the same road. We're on the same road. Let me say this.
Okay.
Sex for men and women. We're on the same road on different journeys.
Okay. Oh my God. Why do you think you are so profound today? Hey, again, he's looking off in the distance like he did something amazing.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, men and women get different things out of sex.
You sound like you're naming a Dead Live album. We're on the same road but different journeys.
That's right, man. Drug.
I completely forgot where I was going.
Because I was so profound, man.
No. I don't know. It'll come to me.
While you're thinking, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this article written by a psychiatrist. How long is too long without sex in a relationship? Folks who open this article, I'm sure, are looking for a period of time, but they don't give it. They talk about what could be going on in your relationship. Is something impacting sexual desire? If either partner's concerned about the lack of sex, if one wants to be having more sex than the other. Let's talk to John. Hey, John, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, Duff. What's up?
What up, man? What do you got?
Well, not only is it not on the back burner, it's out on that old grill that's 25 years old and all rusty by the shed.
Okay, what do you mean by that,
That's
John?
how far that is.
What do you mean?
There's a 30-year difference between me and my girlfriend.
Okay.
I'm 71, she's 41. So you can imagine that there's also a 30-year difference in wanting to have sex more.
So you're saying she wants it more?
Okay.
Well, yeah, 41. She wants to have sex more, and at my age, coming home, having dinner, going to bed is pretty much a great night.
No, I hear you. I'm sure every woman's thinking, who wouldn't want to jump on top of a 71-year-old man every night? With all due respect, of course, John.
Hey.
I was just saying, John. I'm just asking, John.
But you married a younger chick. What were you thinking when you decided to settle down with somebody 30 years younger than you?
I'm thinking, hey, look, I could be like Tommy.
Yeah. All right, John, how old were you when you married her? How long have you guys been together?
6 years. 6 years ago we started dating.
Okay, and she's coming into, Kimmy, they say women hit their sexual renaissance in their 40s. So, John, you got
in prime time, bro.
You better step up, John. What are you doing
By the way,
there?
you take a pill and you go for it.
Yeah, he wants to go to bed.
Do you take
I don't
Viagra?
need no stinking pills.
All right, well, you call
So
us.
okay, so he won't take Viagra because he's ashamed of it.
John, thoughts?
No, not ashamed.
So
Not
you
necessarily.
won't bang her because you're tired, but you won't take a pill to get around it because you think it makes you less of a man.
Well, don't need a pill. It's not necessary. And yeah,
You're calling a radio station, bro.
a couple of times, I call the radio station.
I mean, you did.
A couple of times a week is not a bad thing.
Okay, so how often do you think you're having sex with your wife then, John?
A couple of times a week.
All right, well, that's
then
higher
you're
than
good.
average.
What
Yeah,
are you
we're
complaining
good.
about to begin
Well,
with?
she wants it more, John. You hear how sexy his voice is.
So does she initiate it most of the time then? Do you ever initiate it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, then it sounds like you don't have a problem,
Yeah.
John.
And we're both in high-stress jobs, too. So, you come home at night, you're like, should we not? Wait
Flip a
till the
coin. Let's see what
weekend?
happens. John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
He doesn't even have a problem, man.
She wants it more than a couple
I,
times a
I
week.
do think, and take their age gap out of it,
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, you assume that it's always the guy that initiates, but I think that there are some, like, situations where it is the other way around. And we've talked
Horny
to women
mama.
on the show. They give us different names, but they say that they want it more than their boyfriend or husband all the time, and it's a problem for her.
Yeah, I mean, sex drive, it has nothing to do with gender. It has everything to do with the type of person you are.
All right.
So I will ask this question.
All right.
Is sexual compatibility the most important thing in your relationship? And I know that sounds silly, but when you really think about it, you can make an argument.
Yeah. But as you age, there's so many moving parts to a marriage.
Yeah, I get that.
You know what I mean?
But counterpoint to that, good sex can solve a lot of problems.
It can. It's a stress reliever for
Right?
sure. Yeah.
And like, here's the thing: no matter the argument that you get in, if you know that is waiting for you, you are willing to let a lot more things go.
Oh yeah, there's a sexy little biscuit.
But does it go away,
treat.
or is it just a temporary fix?
But if you keep getting
still
that
a
temporary
fix.
fix over and over and
you
over
keep
again,
pushing it off.
right? Like,
I would
look,
think though that would lead to almost like more buildup of unresolved issues.
Okay.
If you're never fixing it, if you're only fixing it with your intimacy, I guess.
To that point,
Mm.
I think everyone has been in a relationship at some point in their lives that was bad for
Yeah.
them, but the good sex kept them around way longer than they
Right,
should
and that's
have.
a mistake too.
Yeah. Well, but it ain't a mistake at the time,
No,
baby.
buddy. I will say this: if you're in a relationship when the opportunity to have sex or romantic times and you don't, like if you're on vacation alone
Okay.
and you're not having sex, if you're on a weekend by yourselves in a hotel room and you're not having sex, that's a tell.
A tell.
It's a tell because like the times like if you're on vacation with your old lady, it's just you and her, and you're just like a couple of roommates. You're not, and it's prime time, and you're not doing it at all. That would be a tell.
Okay.
Like something's really wrong here.
Okay, but here's the thing. What if the rest of the relationship is healthy? And I think John's call, as out of left field as it was, and as uncommon as a 71-year-old and a 43-year-old having sex with him. The issue with sex, you don't know how you and your partner are going to age.
Yes.
Right? Like
Yeah.
how you're going to want it as you get older. What medical issues could pop up.
Things
that could,
do slow down.
Right. And then like there's the dreaded question that no one really wants to ever answer. Will you still be attracted to your partner 10, 15, 20, 25 years
And
from
you'll
now?
never know till you get there.
Exactly. Like you never see any of those things coming when you're standing at the altar. Hell, you could be married for 15 years now, be wildly attracted, have great sex, but you can't definitively answer the question 10, 15, 20 years from now,
Right.
will I still be attracted to this person that's standing in front of me? And you look at the top 3 reasons for divorce in America. 1, lack of commitment. 2, infidelity. 3, too much arguing.
Oh, man, money didn't even show up in the top 3.
Yeah.
But that's it, right? Like
Yeah.
all of those things play into what we're
Yeah.
talking about here. So, you say sex isn't the most important thing in a relationship, and I get what you're saying. But good sex
Yes.
could solve all 3 of those problems.
Yeah.
So
No,
maybe
yeah.
it is?
All right.
I don't know. You might get laid taking your woman out to a show,
Oh, yeah.
and we're here to help you out.
Yeah.
They say laughter is also an aphrodisiac.
Oh, yeah.
We got tickets to go see Bert Kreischer comedian, his fully loaded comedy festival at Darien Lake Amphitheater, June 23rd, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at livenation.com, but you can win them right now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Comedian Bert Kreischer will take the 8th caller, June 23rd, Darien Lake. Tickets on sale tomorrow. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. It was a day no Bills fan saw coming yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
You expected maybe 1, possibly 2.
Yeah.
All at once. Chop, chop, chop.
Man, I mean, it's very reminiscent of 1999 when you lost Bruce Smith, Andre Reed, and Thurman Thomas.
It was kind of sad. I mean, even if you knew it was coming, still kind of sad.
But here's the thing. It's definitely the end of an era.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I think the reason why Bills fans are having such a hard time with this is we haven't been good for this long
Yes.
in a long time.
Right.
And this happens. And I know people are making the argument this is for money, and it does save them a bunch of money. But one of the biggest bitches Kimmy Bills fans had last year is solved by what they did yesterday.
Okay.
And those same people are bitching about it. And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are lots of Bills fans feeling all kinds of things today.
Yeah.
Heartbreak, anger, confusion.
Big shakeup, bro.
Huge. And in the Bills' quest for that elusive championship, they had to make some tough decisions.
But you guys were saying this at the end of the year that some of this was kind of coming.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I think it's just the whole thing of how it all happened at once and the names of people you knew you were going to miss.
let me put it this way. Tell me if you agree with me, Kimmy. We thought all of this was possible.
Yeah.
We didn't think all of it was going to
would
happen.
That's true.
Right.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We have our winner for the Burt Kreischer tickets. Kimmy, who's going to the show?
Bruce.
Bruce. You just made that up, didn't you?
No, I
'Cause we're talking about the
forgot.
Bills.
I just looked to see who I put in there.
Bruce, congratulations. We have given away the tickets. Please stop calling and bothering Kimmy. But good news.
What's that?
We have more tickets to give you tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, so sit tight. We'll get you those tickets to go see Burt Kreischer tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, the Buffalo Bills announced a ton of cuts, and there were 3 big names that took Bills fans by surprise. Safety Jordan Poyer.
That was kind of like one of the big headlines.
Center Mitch Morse.
Wait, he's the old man?
Yep. And corner Tre'Davious White.
Damn.
So let's work backwards here. We'll start with Tre'Davious White. That cut may be the one that hurt everyone the most.
Yeah.
He was the first ever draft pick of Sean McDermott. He is an unquestioned team leader. When he is healthy, he is one of the best corners in the NFL. But it's that when healthy part that's the problem.
He's always beat up.
Well, it's not that he's always beat up. He's had terrible luck. In the last 3 seasons, he's had 2 major lower body injuries.
Oh.
And
Both some of the most difficult injuries to come back from most of the time.
And the thing that sucks is his knee, he came back from. He was
Yeah.
looking great in the beginning of this season, and then that Achilles goes, and who the hell knows?
Right.
And the problem is, with both of those injuries and the age that he's at, there's no guarantee he will be the same guy when he comes back. They saved a ton of money under the cap letting him go, and they are set at corner after trading for Rasul Douglas, who will be back in a Bills uniform, and restructured his contract yesterday.
Okay.
Despite all that, still hurts.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these guys have been around throughout the McDermott, when McDermott took over until now. So it's kind of, they just represent that whole new era of Buffalo Bills football.
But Tre'Davious White especially, Tre'Davious White didn't talk to the media a ton. But he was a super smart guy. He was very introspective. He had a unbelievably good sense of humor. And there's always going to be that question now in Bills fans' minds, what could have been had he managed to stay healthy and didn't have that bad luck that he had. Then we get to center Mitch Morse. And he may have been the most surprising cut of yesterday.
Yeah.
He's been healthy. He's played really well the last few seasons. However, he will be 31, which is getting up there for all linemen. I am now at the age where when I say that, I want to cry.
Right.
He is.
Although, in your defense, he does not look 31.
Yeah, he looks 104. And again, they save a ton of money letting Mitch Morse go. The least surprising of the 3 cuts yesterday might be safety Jordan Poyer. He's a guy that's missed significant time the last 2 seasons. Although, man, he toughed it out in ways normal humans wouldn't. He's the guy, Tommy.
In the car?
Yep, he took a van from Buffalo to Kansas City 2 seasons ago to play in that game.
Yeah.
But if you watch the games last year, as much as we love Jordan Poyer and as much as that guy gives you everything he's got,
he did miss some time.
He's not the same safety he was 3 or 4 years ago. And that happens. It happens.
Just dry up.
It sucks.
Got to get rid of him.
It sucks. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How are Bills fans supposed to feel about what happened yesterday? Because I know you don't have an emotional investment here.
No, but I mean, if they're not performing, what do you do? If they're always banged up or they're getting old, I mean, how long do you stick with these guys?
And that's what's kind of weird about this is when the Bills were middling at 5-5, 6-6 last year, a bunch of Bills fans freaked out because they didn't make enough changes to the roster in the offseason, right? You should have made some changes. And okay, fair. They managed to turn it around. They win the division. But they did exactly what people said they should have done. And those same people are angry about what they did. I don't understand.
And do you think it's anger, or do you just think it's a little bit of disappointment because you wanted to see these guys come in, succeed, and get Buffalo to the Super Bowl,
you were loaded up.
And it just fell short for them? Because I think as Bills fans, like you can kind of think of eras of Buffalo Bills players that you wish you could have seen get to that big game, and this is just another round of those players that have come and gone without having that kind of success.
But it is funny, like if you look at the different stages of being a Bills fan, from let's start with the mid 80s all the way up to now, right?
Yeah.
Like, yesterday people are comparing when they cut Bruce Thurman and Andre on the same day in 1999.
Yeah.
Those guys got to play in a Super Bowl.
Right.
They had 4
Right.
shots at it, right? But they never got to win the championship, and that was the big heartbreak. Then you move to Fred Jackson.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Never got to play in a playoff
No.
game as a Buffalo Bill. He got one playoff game as a
He
member of
gave
the
it
Seattle
all,
Seahawks.
but never got there.
Yes, and
Yeah.
like the big excitement was Kyle Williams got to play in a playoff
Yeah.
game, but he was gone before they had their
Right.
major amount of success, right? Like, at least we're getting closer towards the goal.
Yeah.
Where, you know, all of these guys we just named playing in an AFC championship game. All of these guys that we just named had the opportunity to go on these runs. They weren't able to close the deal. And if the Bills managed to win a Super Bowl in the next couple of years, there are going to be people that are go, I can't believe Mitch Morse wasn't there for it. I can't believe Jordan Poyer wasn't there for it.
But
I
he
can't-
was never going to be there for it, right? Because they're too old, they're too banged up. They weren't going to get there.
With Poyer, I would agree with you. I think there's an argument to be made for Tre'Davious White and Mitch Morse that running those guys back may have been able to get you there. Tre'Davious White, the biggest question mark, because it's not out of the question. He signs with another team and goes back to the form that he was at. I mean, he's the same age as Patrick Mahomes.
But you're saying, but he's got that bad knee. He tears it up, or leg. He tears it up again.
Yeah, it's possible. It's also possible that he's fully recovered and he goes out and he's an all-pro again.
So are there guys out there that they can grab?
Yeah, and I think that's why Poyer was let go. Out of nowhere over the last 2 weeks, a ton of teams have been cutting safeties that they didn't expect. And I think that if that didn't happen, Poyer would still be a member of the Bills.
So there's some juicy picks.
Well, no, free agents. You're probably going to sign a safety as a free agent. You're not going to draft a safety.
All right.
You need a smart, older player back there.
And you're saying they're out there.
I think so.
They'll be fine.
Well, I'm not worried about it.
Go.
It's more heartbreak, not how this is going to affect the roster. At least in my
Yeah,
mind.
I think so. Yeah.
Right? Because you want to get younger.
It's like that attachment you had to those guys.
Yeah. Like these moves.
And the trust you put in those guys. You
And I
know
think-
what I mean? Like they had, especially Poyer, like you can think back to like these iconic moments and plays that he's had throughout his time in Buffalo. And I think you're just like, oh, he's back there. We're going to be good.
And I think that's going to create a problem no matter what happens last season. Again, we're talking about how the Bills released a ton of players yesterday. The 3 big names, corner Tre'Davious White, safety Jordan Poyer, and center Mitch Morse. Tommy, there's going to be a time next year where whoever's back there playing safety, because the Bills re-signed Taylor Rapp, a guy they signed last year. So he'll be back. We don't know if they sign another veteran. We don't know if Micah Hyde, the other safety, is going to come back and try it again. There's going to be a time where whoever's back there playing safety is going to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And Twitter is immediately going to be flooded with
Well, plus all those jackhole reporters that just can't wait to get negative.
I
Can't wait to get negative.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you
Those
can't-
guys just drool.
You, of all people.
Well, I'm a jackass.
The negativity, you
I'm a
feed off of it.
jackass. My job is to be a jackass. These guys
My
are
job is to be- No, that's not in your contract.
Where does it say in your contract, be a jackass?
kind of does.
Does not.
You haven't seen my contract.
By the way, I've never read
Number one jackass.
I've never read in the paper or seen on TV anyone call the coach McDumbass, call the quarterback Lighthouse Boy. So you sit over there in your chair. You shut your mouth. No, I mean, look, and it will be compounded if there are struggles, which there will be struggles for this new person. If Tre'Davious White, if Jordan Poyer, if Mitch Morse catch on and play really well somewhere else.
And the problem is too, like you cut these guys, you also have guys leaving for bigger contracts potentially, and Gabe Davis, another
gone,
player
yeah.
guy we've gotten attached to.
I don't think too many Bills fans are sad about
Not
Gabe
as
Davis
of
leaving.
recently, but I would say like last season, like 2023, people loved Gabe Davis.
I still love Gabe Davis. I hope Gabe Davis does well, just not with anyone that we have to see.
Yeah.
There's somebody else I feel like I'm forgetting too. Oh, Micah Hyde.
Yeah.
Gone. Like just
Potentially.
Yeah. I think it all happening at once in one off season is a lot to take in as a Bills fan.
But, I mean, this is what you have to do in this league. And I think that's what this comes down to. Like, it might hurt so bad because we as Bills fans, at least in the last 25 years, are not used to sustained success.
Yeah.
Because
with like superstars.
Exactly. Well, not just that, but even as a team together, Tommy. Like, the fact is, when you have a team that is as good as the Bills have been the last 4 or 5 years, eventually you either have to turn the page or get too old to compete. Right? And yesterday, they had to turn the page. And, like, here's the thing. Yes, these moves make you money or save you money, and that's been the argument. People are like, well, they're just trying to save money. They also give you a chance to put younger, more athletic guys in key positions.
I mean, didn't Kansas City have to go through this whole thing when they got rid of guys and they couldn't keep them and they had to I mean,
They figured it out.
Every team does, but I mean, the argument's going to be, well, Kansas City had already won Super Bowls. You didn't do it with these guys. What makes you think you're going to do it with other guys?
Yeah, all right.
You know what's funny? And this is going to go old school, and Bills fans over 40 will remember.
What's
right?
that?
There's one guy that stands out in my head that was a fan favorite who got the wrong end of this stick.
Who's that?
Do you remember Fred Smirlis?
Oh, yeah.
So he was a defensive tackle for the Bills. He played up until...
Didn't he have a radio show for a while?
He was on with Bob Matthews back
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
I
day.
remember, yeah.
He would come on. Let me tell you, Bob. Fred Smirlis was a fan favorite. He played for the Bills in the 80s, and he was let go, traded, whatever. The year before the Bills made their first Super Bowl.
Ooh. So he never went on those runs.
Nope. He
I didn't
just
know that.
missed it. He
Wow.
just missed it. Just like Kyle Williams just missed these runs. Just
Yeah.
like if the Bills managed to go on a run, Poyer, Trey, and Mitch
Damn.
Morris are going to miss this run the Bills could potentially go on. But there's one thing I will leave you with.
What's that?
To make you feel a little bit better. So far, General Manager Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott have been really good at building rosters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kimmy, the injuries this team has seen the last couple of years have been ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yet the depth of this team has managed to push them to division championships both of those years.
They got by.
Yes. You're on a hell of a divisional title run. It's probably best to give these two guys the benefit of the doubt until it stops working.
Oh.
You get what I'm saying?
All right.
Like, the roster's been good. They found ways to make things work. Give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
And look, if the Bills go out there this year and lay an egg and do it again the next year, Beane and McDermott may not be here anyway.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're at that point. But, like, for the first time in my life as a Bills fan, despite the shocking news yesterday, despite the heartbreak, despite the questions of whether or not this is going to work, I've seen them do it a bunch of times.
Well, you don't want to squander the best years of Josh. Like, you've only got so much time where this kid's going to be able to play like the way he plays. You can't play like that like an old man. It ain't happening, right?
No, you're right.
He's got this talent now.
Yeah.
You've got to figure it out now. How many more years do you think that kid's got at that level?
Well, that's the other interesting part of it, right? Because you look at some quarterbacks like Brady and Aaron Rodgers and guys, like even Kirk Cousins is turning 35 years old. He's going to be the hottest free agent quarterback on the market.
Wow.
So it's possible that Josh Allen's able to play till 40. It's also possible that with his physical play, he Cam Newton's. Right? So who knows? I mean, you're right. It's all up in the air. And you use Tre'Davious White as an example. That guy was going to be an all-pro corner for years and years and years and years. And then he got hurt.
Yep.
And it was over.
Right.
Well, maybe not. But it's over here. I don't know, man. It's not fun.
No. But you enjoy it. You enjoy the stress. You do.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. So the only one that I'm and a lot of Bills fans are really surprised about is Mitch Morris. And that's because Mitch, first of all, a center quarterback connection is really important. And
it is.
Last year, he played all 16 games at a Pro Bowl level still. He did not allow one sack, threw him up the center to get to Josh Allen. And that's very important, that connection and bond they have together. They're on the same page. He's the one who sets the whole offensive lineup for protection calls, especially if they're blitzing.
Yeah, no,
whatever,
look,
to try to
Tom,
help
I'm with
out
you. That
guys.
was the one that surprised me the most also. But, I mean, yeah, from the cash point of view, I understand it. I get it. It makes sense.
You should have restructured, though, is what most people thought was coming down the line.
But wasn't that
Just
dude
like
hurt
they
too a
just
couple of times?
So
this
he's
year?
got a
Well, they just
history of...
restructured-
yeah, I mean, Tom, we're getting way deep in the weeds here with the restructuring stuff and the reasons why you can't do it.
What I was going to say is, no, not the restructure for him. What I was going to say is they just restructured Von Miller.
Yeah, well,
and they saved $8.9 million for him. They could have done that with Mitch.
But then you
chose
got to
the
pay
other
him
for
2 years down the road for when he's not going to be on the contract. It's a whole complicated thing. But, Tom, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Everyone was making that argument yesterday, and I'll say it as simply as I can. Every time you restructure someone's contract, it makes it worse next year, the year after.
Sure. You're just pushing it down the
Exactly.
line. Yeah.
So it seems like they did a soft reset yesterday to give them the ability to have space to do things
They'll be
2 years from now, 3 years from now.
Get these old schlubs out of here.
Yeah, I'd watch what you're saying, bud. No, I mean, look around here.
What?
Everybody comes in here to look at you like you're a Tyrannosaurus at the Smithsonian. Wow, he was around in the 90s? Let's take a break. Wendy's did not have a good week last week.
No, they did not.
And They feel bad. They want you back.
All right.
And they know just how to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's the thing, man. Did you see the story yesterday?
No, but I know what they're going to dangle in front of you.
As angry as everyone was last week, it's hard to say no.
Of course.
To something like this. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It can be so hard to say I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But one corporation seems like they have found a way to do it. Because a lot of people were really mad at them last week.
Yeah, their ass was in a knot.
Yeah, but it's hard to stay mad
Mm-hmm.
when they're offering you this.
And they know what they're doing, man.
You hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock, you would not think that folks living in this town in the greater Rochester area would have these kinds of problems, but this apartment complex has been an issue for a very long time.
Yeah.
And if you have ever had a bad landlord, which I think most of us have.
Oh, sure.
You feel for these people, despite the fact like it feels like there's nothing that's going to get done for them. And we'll get into the story just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So last week, Tommy, Wendy's was in the news for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
So the CEO on a conference call said they were going to try surge pricing, meaning the cost of food would change based on the time of day and how many customers were in the store. The more demand that was there, the more the burger would cost you in that moment. And they were going to invest a ton of money in these, what would you call them? Menu boards?
Yeah.
That were digital that would change the prices as you were looking at them. Folks flipped out.
Yeah, because you're sticking it to me if I'm going in there every day for lunch.
Man. So much so that just 2 days after the story broke, Wendy's had to reverse course and say everyone misunderstood.
What are you talking about,
Guys.
It was just an idea. We were,
No, they didn't even say that. They said, no, actually, it was going to save you money because sometimes the burgers would be lower than what you're
Could
used
be
to pay.
free. I don't know.
Whatever happened, the public relations damage was done, and Wendy's knew it had to act.
Yeah.
And it has. The company announced, with the NCAA tournament coming up, customers can get $1 Dave's single hamburgers and $2 doubles now through April 10th.
Damn.
So it'll be going on the whole tournament,
Now,
basically?
there is a catch.
Okay.
It's on the app. It's going to be offered to you, so you have to go find it there.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like you can just walk into a Wendy's, order 10 $1 burgers like the old days.
But it's $1 burger?
$1 burger, $2 doubles.
And it's a Dave's Deluxe?
Well, no,
Dave's?
listen to me. Listen to me, stupid.
Dave
Dave's
Deluxe.
single,
Dave
single,
single.
the single burger
All right.
of $1.
All right.
Double, $2.
Okay, that's a double burger.
Yeah, and this is their way of reminding everyone how good square burgers taste. Is it going to work?
Oh, sure it's going to work.
All right.
Food, man.
Yeah, because you're also, you can't just have one burger.
No, especially
you're
when they're
ordering more
$1.
than one burger.
If you have the opportunity to order more than one on the app when it's there.
No, but I'm saying like even if you're just getting the dollar deal, you're adding stuff onto there.
It's a side burger.
Yeah,
I
you're
look at it as a side. You're going to get your full meal and a side burger.
It's a dessert burger. You eat your burger,
Yeah.
and then you eat that burger. It's your dessert burger.
Yes.
I got to say, man, I am a whore for a $1 burger.
Of course.
You don't want to know what I'd be willing to do for a $1 hamburger.
Man, when I was broke on the road, I lived off of that dollar. Man.
the dollar menus.
Yes.
I think at one point, like most fast food restaurants came up with a dollar menu, even if it was small.
I
Right?
lost
The
weight on the
99
dollar
cent
menu.
item.
I lost weight on the dollar menu is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. But look, that's what this is. It feels like a throwback to those days when you could walk into any Wendy's or McDonald's or Burger King and just start firing off demands, and everyone you just laid $1 down on the counter. I'll take that burger and the chicken nuggets and the fries. And we didn't know how good we had it, Tommy.
We didn't.
The only thing that was better than the dollar menu.
What?
Those rare promotions that made the burgers even cheaper. So Burger King used to do 2 burgers, 2 fries, $2. You remember that?
Vaguely.
It was like their big thing.
Yeah.
I lived for 2 burgers, 2 fries, $2.
So you would eat 2 burgers with 2 fries?
I would eat 4 burgers, 4
Were those
fries.
Whoppers or just regular burgers?
Regular burgers.
Right.
Okay.
But I would get 4 burgers, 4 fries. I would have spent $4, and that's when I was like 12.
Okay. I'm always amazed though, like that standard burger, how small it is. Like, 'cause
Yeah.
you can just inhale that thing in 2 bites. It's like gone.
Which is why I got 4 burgers, 4 fries
Yeah.
for $4. But even better than that deal, and I know folks are out there that remember this. In the 90s, McDonald's used to do these major promotions where, like, on some Sundays, burgers were 30 cents and cheeseburgers were 40 cents.
Damn.
And those were the fondest memories of my childhood.
Because you just grab a bag of burgers, right?
Tommy, my dad would come home with 2 sacks full of like 30, 40 burgers. He paid like $15
So what did the family eat? Because I have a feeling your dad commandeered most of those burgers for himself.
No, I mean, there were so many burgers he couldn't.
Who knows what didn't make it home?
That's a good question.
All right.
But like, I imagine the way that the burgers were like dumped out on the counter. I imagine it's like if you rob a bank,
Yes.
what you do with the money
The
when
booty
you get
when
paid.
it's laying
yes,
there.
exactly. Like I have
Dividing it up.
I have these vivid memories of like just these burgers, just an endless amount of burgers falling out of these McDonald's bags. We're just grabbing at the burgers, right? Like we're Tyrannosaurus Rexes.
Burger millionaire.
And we're just opening them up, wrappers on the ground. Like it was a rare day in our house where you could eat to the point where you were full and there was still food left.
Yeah.
But we managed to do that with the 30-cent burger, 40-cent cheeseburger. God, what I would give for one more day. A 30-cent burger,
All right.
40-cent cheeseburger.
You're doing all right for yourself now.
What are you talking about?
Go get your burgers.
No, I mean it's not. It's I know I can.
It's the idea of it.
Yes, it's like the idea that I'm spending $15 and I have more food than
Right.
any human could ever possibly need.
Yeah.
And then some.
And I'm going to eat all of it. 252 WCMF 252-926. We were talking about Wendy's yesterday. They announced, I guess, as a hey guys, we're sorry for what happened with that surge pricing disaster last week. They'll be offering $1 Dave single hamburgers and $2 doubles on their app now through April 10th. I believe it has to be sent to you, like the offer, right?
Okay.
But it's a flashback to the dollar menu. Of all the dollar menus, Burger King had the weakest dollar menu, right? Didn't they offer mozzarella sticks at one point?
Yeah, they had weird stuff on there. I will say, like, Burger King always, they weren't afraid to add something totally out of the ordinary to their menu, even if it was just temporary.
But the one thing I loved about Burger King, they had onion rings.
But they weren't great.
But they were there.
Yeah.
And I could get them. Like at any other time, you had to go out of your way to get onion rings.
Yeah, well, not. I mean, but wait,
Does-
we're in an onion ring town, bro.
No, I wasn't in Florida.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You were onion ring deficient.
Yeah. So that was the only place you could just grab onion rings quick.
See, that's what it is. Shaler's has spoiled us with onion rings.
Yeah.
Does Taco Bell still have a dollar menu?
I don't know. I know that when I was on the road, and I'm not making this up.
Because like their stuff is usually cheaper anyways, so I'm wondering if they still have those options.
Yes. I lived off of the 99-cent 5-layer burrito. And when I say lived off of, I would eat 5 a day. 2 for breakfast, or 1 for breakfast.
How many layers?
5 layers.
You ate 5 layers of food. How many times a day?
5 of them a day.
That's 25 layers of
Burrito.
food, right?
25 burrito layers, yes.
Oh, my God.
I was not a healthy person.
I don't want to know what long-term damage that does to a human being.
I'll keep you posted. But no, like that would be. There would be days where I would only eat 5-layer burritos all day long. I'm not kidding. Like it was $5, man. You know what the struggle was like.
$5 is $5.
Those 99-cent 5-layer burritos now cost $3.59.
Oh, wow.
And I was reading a legitimate article last week. I told you about this off the air, where an economist was saying the 5-layer burrito used to be 99 cents. It is now $3.59. Yet, in the time that's raised, the federal minimum wage has not gone up a penny, and that's why the federal minimum wage needs to go up. And they called it Taco Bell economics.
Okay.
And it's a valid
All
argument.
right, with inflation, all right.
So, to answer your question, I don't believe Taco Bell still has a dollar
I
menu.
don't. Yeah.
Does anybody still have a dollar menu? What could you make money on
Not
selling
if,
for a
if
dollar?
they do, it
It's gotta
wasn't
be-
what it was. It's
it's-
got to be like all sides or something,
It's got to be
right?
puny-ass size. Because a dollar menu was substantial. Like, I lived off of it for 4 years.
Yeah, and like you could get so like I know McDonald's has the value menu now,
Right, but that's not a dole.
No,
or
it's
Yeah,
not.
I think that's what most of them call it.
Because
Like
I lived
Taco
on
Bell's
$3
value
a
menu.
day worth of food when I was on the road. I'm not kidding.
It sounds like one of those terrible commercials for just $3 a day.
You could feed this emaciated hack comedian from Florida with an enormous head.
One of the worst days of my life. McDonald's. It's when we knew the dollar menu was starting to go the way of the
Yeah.
dodo, because they used to sell the double cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Straight up McDouble,
Mhm.
right? And it had 2 pieces of cheese on it. Now, it was called the double cheeseburger. And then
Yeah.
they switched that into the McDouble, and we're like, why'd they switch the name?
Yeah.
They took 1 piece of cheese.
Yes, they did. They just get you slowly,
Yeah,
man.
that's exactly what
It's
happened.
death by 1,000 slices of cheese.
And I didn't even need that second piece of cheese, but the fact that they took
But
it from me.
it does make a difference, man.
And like
Because there's never too much cheese on anything. You could cheese my ass.
Amen, brother. Preach, preach. And like the stuff you could make off of the dollar menu that became a whole new meal. Like we've talked about on the show, my brother used to make the McGangbang Deluxe.
That sounds pretty perverted.
It was you took a double cheeseburger
Yeah.
and then a whole McChicken.
Mm-hmm.
And
You shoved it in there?
Yep, you split the double cheeseburger in half. You put the whole McChicken on the inside, so it was 4 pieces of
How
bread.
do you get your mouth over that, man?
You've seen Ryan. What kind of question is
He
that?
doesn't have a big mouth.
Oh, he's
though.
got a big mouth.
No, that's somebody else in that family.
What a terrible thing to say about my father. No, but so you had 4 pieces of bread, 2 hamburger patties, 4 pieces of cheese, and a chicken breast.
And he'd eat that in one.
We'd eat multiple McGangbang Deluxes.
Oh my God!
So somebody did a whole ranking and explanation of the best value menus,
Okay.
and they put Dunkin' at the top.
Ooh, I don't think I ever like the value menus currently.
Yes.
Oh,
Which also awesome job
Because
if
they
that's
have a
your
lot
job
of
to
those,
write
like-
articles about the best fast food rankings.
Because they have like the bites. They have the bagel bites.
Okay.
They got that. How about you can just get a bag of bacon, a small serving of just bacon on the side in a little bag.
are you talking about road bacon?
Oh yeah, I love me some road bacon.
Like, I'll be honest with you. If fast food restaurants did one more day of value menu, like whatever one does it first, just, I know you're going to lose money, but give me what I could buy the way I could buy it back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, I would be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Somebody tell Wendy's, do it one day, I will be loyal to you for the rest. Let me live like I'm 17 again, man. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Coming up, you have some tough living situations.
Wait, what's going on?
Well, I mean, you remember, like, there were times where you were broke, as we're talking about. You
Yeah.
lived with your sister, hearing her have sex on the other side of the wall. Kimmy, you lived in a college town with what I'm sure were terrible accommodations in some
Yeah,
apartments.
not great.
And, I mean, look, if you lived in the greater Rochester area over the years before the housing market exploded,
It's tough.
it gets even worse, right? It was terrible. But there is one place in an affluent town that seems to keep showing up in the news over and over again.
Yes.
You wouldn't think this place would have this problem,
You wouldn't even think this place would be there.
but it's there.
Oh yeah.
And the folks that live there are begging someone to help them. And we'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You'd think East Side living in Rochester would be easy peasy.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some folks who have been living a nightmare that just doesn't seem to end.
Yeah.
Because the place they live, according to them, isn't doing a damn thing to make a terrible situation any better. And if you've ever rented in the greater Rochester area, you may know exactly what these people are going through.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Tommy, let's say you need workwear.
Yeah.
And you want to hang out with a super cool, handsome radio personality at the same time.
Where would that be? Who would that be?
Oh, I got some great news for you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be hanging out at Boot Barn in Henrietta on Saturday.
What?
11 to 1, Highland Drive next to Value City Furniture. They're doing their community work event. So you got experts from top work brands, on-site demo, product demonstration, all these things, right? So that's great.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
If you need your Carhartt and stuff like that, right? However, what they got going on Saturday?
What they got?
Okay, you got live entertainment.
Which is not you.
No, better entertainment than me. Food truck, awesome.
Nice.
All right. Axe throwing truck.
Okay. All right.
Mechanical bull.
Fun.
Beer tasting.
Okay.
And me.
That's a festival.
Bro, it's going to be a blast. I can't wait. I'll see you Saturday from 11 to 1 at Boot Barn in Henrietta. Again, Highland Drive next to Value City Furniture. All courtesy of your friends from 96.5 WCMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Come back with me.
Where are we going?
January of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
In that month, there was a fire at the Pines of Parrington apartment complex in Parrington. Now, when you think Parrington, Tommy, and folks that are not familiar with the Pines, as they call them out there.
Upper middle class.
Yeah. Well, you think Parrington's upper middle class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what do you think it is?
Upper class.
Oh, yeah, I said upper middle
No.
class.
There's a big difference between upper middle and upper.
So what's...
Kimmy, will you Google the definition financially of what upper middle class is just to settle a staring contest?
All right, hold on. How much money do you think somebody has to make to be upper middle class?
I'm going to say anything over 90,000 is upper class. That's my guess.
So what do you think upper middle class is?
70 to 80.
You're way off, bro.
You are wrong.
Way off.
What do you think? Well, hold on. Wait.
Okay.
What do you think, smart guy?
Because I just saw an article on this.
So F you, man.
Upper middle class income.
Wait, no, hold on. Let him guess. I want to hear what Barrett
It's over six figures.
Upper middle class income, roughly between $80,000 to $100,000.
I was closer than you idiot.
Yeah, you somehow both missed it.
But it's a nice area.
Yeah, okay, yes. Parrington is a nice area.
Yeah.
So,
affluent.
Yeah, this apartment
lower affluent.
The apartment complex is not.
No.
So the fire was bad enough, but after the fire, we learned of some rough living conditions in this apartment complex. Rodents all over the place, mold that was being totally ignored, water damage that had been there for a long time and kept getting worse. And folks that lived there said it was a complete hell.
Yeah.
We also found out that from 2007 to 2022, the town of Parrington had gotten 34 complaints from people that lived in the building about living conditions. So either because they didn't know or because of the bad PR, the folks that own the Pines vowed we're going to make it better.
All right.
And they said they had a massive $137 million renovation plan.
Fantastic.
That was a year ago.
And how's it looking?
Well, residents say it's still awful. Over the last couple of weeks, they've come out describing lack of working utilities and failed inspections that continue to happen.
So have they done any work yet?
I don't know.
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, okay, it's possible they've done work. If they have, the folks that live there say it's not enough.
All right.
And the folks that live in the Pines of Parrington want the town and the company that owns this place to do something. And they make the argument that if a home in Parrington is banged up in some way, the town quickly jumps to make sure everything's up to code. So why are they not doing it at the Pines?
That's a valid question.
Town came out, said they're going to meet with the owner, and they're going to hash all these things.
Do a walkthrough.
And look, and that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at now. By the way, 252 WCMF, there are a lot of moving parts here. So if there's something we don't know, if you live in that area, if you know someone that lives in that area, if you have lived in that area, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. And you feel for these people, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Because you're stuck.
Where you going?
Yeah.
It's like slum conditions.
And it's not like if you had the ability to leave, you would.
But you can't. Because you're there because you ain't got a lot of bread.
And sometimes it's finances. Sometimes you need to be in that location for schools or family or whatever. But at the same time, this is not an uncommon tale. In fact, if you've ever rented an apartment in the greater Rochester area, home, apartment, townhouse complex, whatever, chances are you have dealt with issues like this.
Oh, sure.
Because for whatever reason, bad landlords, and it seems in our area, have been and are allowed to get away with some pretty shocking stuff.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We want to hear your stories. And I see you nodding your head, Kimmy, like you're about to dump something on us.
Well, no, I'm just thinking, like, I don't think I've ever, especially like those old houses that people would rent like apartments from, because it was basically just a home that somebody makeshift turned into multiple apartments.
Yeah.
So like bathrooms were in places that they shouldn't be.
Everything
Like,
was always a little off. In those
Everything,
joints.
like for some reason, the house slightly tilted to one side.
Oh my God, I had one of those.
So we had our neighbor once. It was a girl that lived down the hallway come knock on our door and ask if we had any other contact information for the landlord, because her ceiling literally fell off. Like the whatever material was on the ceiling just collapsed. And it was all over her bedroom. Like the whole room was covered in this dust, and I don't even know what material to call this.
That's called asbestos?
Yes. But it just collapsed, and they go, oh, well, we'll fix it. So she was living like in her living room kitchen while they got to fixing her ceiling at some point.
Holy crap. You know, I would love to turn to you, Mr. Robinson. But, you know, you being the rich-ass bitch with no roommates you never had your whole life, living with your sister, hearing her have sex on the other side of the wall.
So, right before when I sold my condo, I rented an apartment for my brother. My brother had apartments around town. That's how he kind of made his money.
Okay.
So I rented an apartment for my brother. And the AC crapped the bed, and it was August.
In Florida.
August in Florida.
Woo!
And I'm like, hey, bro, the AC crapped the bed. So he tries to cheap it out. They had to put the compressor on the roof of the building. He gets two of his buddies from the gym and some rope. I'm not kidding you.
Wait, what?
To try to hoist this thing up on top. They get it up there, and none of them have any AC experience. They figured they would just disconnect it and hook the other one up. So I didn't have any AC for about 2 weeks, and I am roasted in this apartment. I got every window open. It's 90, 95 degrees. It's pure humidity, man. I'm just dying. And then I get the flu. And now I'm sick in bed for 2 days, and I'm like naked on the sheets, just sweating my ass off.
So you're saying your brother was a slumlord?
Yes. To his own brother.
Oh, God. But here's the thing, right? You guys tell those stories, and they're horrific. And I see you guys on hold, and we'll get to you in a second. I know that most people listening have stories like that.
Yeah.
However, what's interesting about those bad landlord stories, if it's in your past, you almost look back on them as funny.
Yes.
It's like a feather in your cap of how rough things were.
You got through it.
Yeah, we made it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's easy to forget in the moment, living in those places, how bad it was for us.
Yeah.
And how all of the arrangements and hoops you had to jump through just to live a normal life were impossible. For example, Tommy, remember that place I had off of Winton with my two roommates?
Yeah, I remember that joint.
So it was owned by this guy who lived in Pittsford, and he was a completely absent landlord. So one day, our bathtub clogged, and nothing was getting it undone. We needed a plumber bad. It took him 2.5 weeks to send someone in.
And when you have a plumbing problem, that's an eternity.
2.5 weeks. The tub was full of water by the time we called him.
Yeah, you guys were bathing in the bay, weren't you?
Did you only have one
Bathing
bathroom?
on the dock of the bay is my favorite Otis Redding song. We had the toilet was working okay.
Okay.
But the water, the tub that was full, started to turn green.
It gets stagnant.
Gross.
And one of our buddies was like, you have to document it. So every day we would have to go by the DNC and take a picture of the tub like we were holding the shower hostage.
Yeah.
And it was straight up bright green after the 20
And
days.
it smells.
So here's the worst part. He sends over a fix-it man to fix it. Not a plumber.
Yeah.
Fix-it
Probably
man.
a guy who knew.
Whatever he did, the water went away.
Yeah.
Into the apartment under us. It just leaked all into the ceiling. All of our stagnant bath water for 3 weeks is dripping on this guy's head. And by the way, that whole time we're all having a shower at Planet Fitness. Like we got a Planet Fitness membership for $10 to be able to take a shower. He did not take any.
It was a lifestyle upgrade for you.
It actually was. But he didn't take any money off the rent that month.
No.
And like scoffed at the idea that he would do
Right.
that.
And it's funny, like they act like they're doing you a favor.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
That was
fine.
I'll come fix my house that I own.
252 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the Pines of Parenton, that apartment complex out there. There's been issues since the fire that we discovered. Well, the issues that were discovered during the fire back in 2022. We all remember that story. Folks that live there are saying it's still really, really bad. They're wondering why the town, who jumps at any little home that has a problem, hasn't been taking care of the Pines this way. You know what they're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we pull and the houses ain't, that's why they're not doing
it.
it.
And it's kind of out of the way. Like, you don't look at it. You don't drive through the Pines like you would drive through neighborhoods.
Like, you'd have to know it's there.
Right. So, out of sight, out of mind, they don't have to deal with it.
Yes. And, I mean, look, the folks who own it have money. The folks who live in it don't.
Yep.
We've seen this 1,000 times. But what's funny with, like, the story you tell Kimmy about the ceiling collapsing, and Tommy, the story with your brother and the air conditioner and the guy who refused to fix the bathtub in the apartment that I lived in. You know what happened to all of those people? Nothing.
No.
I didn't have the money to
I
move.
still drive by the same houses that I used to live in.
Yep.
They're still there with new people moved in, and it doesn't look any different than it did 10 years ago.
And here's the thing. Look, I didn't have the money to move when that was happening. And I didn't have the money for a lawyer to break our lease when that was happening. So that guy kept getting our money. Yes, and this old house that he owned in Winton fell apart around us. And there's nothing you can do about it. And it's insane.
Because you have no money to attack.
Exactly.
And defend yourself.
And it's amazing when you have, like, a good landlord. You think, like, do I have to pay for this? Like, you're almost, like, so jaded at that point when you finally get somebody who actually is attentive and wants to help you fix problems, that you're like, wow, I've spent, the last 15 years of my life thinking that, like, just landlords just don't do stuff.
What's shocking, to your point, Kimmy, about what's going on with the Pines of Parenton, at least most of the time, if you live in a complex, because, like, my wife and I lived in a townhome place in Henrietta, that stuff gets taken care of immediately. Like, it's the individual homeowner landlords where you normally hear the worst of the stories. That's what's so surprising about the Pines of Parenton.
Yeah, this is owned by one individual or a company.
It's a company.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't some guy that bought a house and was going to, like, make money on the side doing it. This is a company that does this. And you still have these conditions according to the folks that live in there. Where do you go? What do you do?
I don't know, but it's always been like a rough joint that ever since I've known about that place. Nobody had anything glowing to say about that place. So they've had issues for years.
And here's the thing. I know we're getting Facebook messages, and I don't want to say other places on the air. Like, we're doing this because it's documented in news stories here, right? But, like, I understand that there are some apartment complexes around the greater Rochester area that are known for not being great. And I think that every town has that one. Well, remember when you were a kid, like, if a friend of yours lived over there, like, oh, don't go over there.
Yeah.
Don't go over there. There's one in Greece that sticks out in my head. My buddy lived in one of these apartments.
Greece?
But, Kimmy, I know you are thinking of the same one that I'm thinking of.
I don't know. I mean, there were so many of those types of places. I mean, I can't narrow it down to one.
Okay. But, like, you don't go over there.
Busted ponds.
Wait, you're on fire this morning.
It's amazing, too, when you live in those crappy places, what they'll also charge you for. Like, it could just be, like, something broke on its own. Like, I remember one time we were having our door handle would get stuck all the time. So I got, like, locked out, not because I didn't have my key, but because the door handle was broken. So luckily, the landlord also owned the house next door, and he just happened to be there fixing something else. So I went and I asked him, hey, like, I can't get into my apartment. He comes up, fixes the problem. We got
He charged you?
Yes, we got charged like $80 for him to replace the door handle that was broken.
And again, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Right, like, I got to get in.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Jan. Jan says, living that way is okay if you're living around other young people. It's the older people that live in those same situations. Yes. If you share a house or an apartment complex with somebody that is much older than you, it gets way more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm flashing back.
No, but there's mixed age.
Well, like, okay, for example, that house, again, the one I'm describing, when we moved in there was like a young girl that lived in the apartment below us, and that was fine. Like, she was in the same situation we were. I mean, it was an affordable place for a reason.
Right.
So, like, when a guy in his late 50s moved in, it became a whole new ball of wax.
Oh,
man.
sure.
Like this guy, the way he lived, the things he said, the things he did.
There's a reason why he's there.
Like, bro, you remember the way I lived and the way I ran my mouth. And, like, this guy made me uncomfortable. 252 WCMF. I'm sorry, folks. I've been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you doing?
Good, brother.
Good. Yeah, the Pines is an interesting situation. You put, like, government-subsidized housing, as you guys say, right in one of the most affluent towns. And so that creates a situation. But again, I think it's a two-way. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Two-way street, you were saying? What were you saying?
I think it's a two-way street. You know, for every story that you have about the bad bathtub, there's a story about tenants going in and starting a dart league for the blind in their living room, and the house is left in terrible condition.
All right, can I ask you a question, Tom?
So,
can I ask you a question?
It's yeah.
Are you a landlord?
I used to be.
Here comes Tom fighting for the landlord.
No. I'm really not. It's a terrible situation. It's a two-way street. You know, when I was a landlord, you say I'm fighting for the landlord. You know, you have certain government regulations that you have to follow. One of them is you have to have a fire detector, smoke detector, like every 6 feet in your property.
Okay.
Well, the problem is in certain areas, those people are going to take down every single smoke detector so that they can do their illegal drugs without smoke detector going off every 5 minutes. So then you get called in by the
This is an episode of Miami Vice.
You got to put up brand new smoke detectors every 6 days.
Wait, you were buying smoke detectors every 6 days and putting them in your apartment? Where they were having their illegal drug operation?
In 1 year, Tommy, in 1 year, a smoke detector costs what, $5?
Yeah. How much
you get the cheap one? Yeah. I spent over $800 on one unit in smoke detectors in like 6 months.
And he's not even getting into the illegal drugs.
Yes.
So there you go. Hey, Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. No, I'm not going to have this argument with Tom because it was going to go into a place we didn't want it to go. I just want to ask one question. You know, Tom says you have government-subsidized housing in one of the most affluent areas in the greater Rochester area, and that's a problem. Why? Why do folks that can't afford a place to live not deserve better school districts? Why?
I don't know.
Why? I mean, because like the issue here isn't what's going on at the Pines. The issue here is why they're living there. Like the living conditions of them there.
But these kids are showing up at school and trading smoke detectors for drugs. That's a problem.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Duff. So, yeah, as far as I know, to Tom's point, I think the Pines Barrington is subsidized apartments. So
I understand.
Subsidy there. Right, but if you go like a quarter of a mile north on 250 there, they're putting in brand new like condo-like townhouse apartments, or there's a living area right that is being developed right now. I wonder if Barrington or that edge of Penfield is trying to get the Pines of Barrington to basically just go away. So if they don't do anything to it, people will just slowly migrate out,
Squeeze
or
them
they
out.
get shut down.
Okay, I mean that's a possibility, but like I get that, but like
think of all the smoke detectors you could score.
Well, bro, you just walk out pockets full of smoke detectors. But Mike, there's a problem with that too because like
on the black market.
So yeah, black market smoke detectors. There's a problem with that too, and now we're getting into a deeper conversation here. But like, yeah, everybody wants the folks that don't make money out of their nice place, right? But those people have to go somewhere. Exactly,
and they have to flush their toilets and wash their dishes.
Still, you're working class people. So I mean, not that Tommy can relate, but I mean, these are still all the Target jobs and the McDonald's positions and all that stuff. So they have to go somewhere.
Yes.
But you know, nobody wants them in their area. It's a shame, but. I think that's probably what's happening. Or the people that own the facility realize that there's no money in this, and they're scrambling. Maybe they're waiting for an insurance claim to come through, and that's at that point maybe they'll do all the repair. But in the meantime, everyone's living as in squalor, basically.
Well, Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Well, you got to crack down on these dart leagues for the blind that they're also running out of these illegal apartments.
That wasn't a bad line off the dome, was it? I mean, Tom doesn't do it for a living. I'll give the guy credit. Dart league for the blind was pretty funny. Although now that I realize he was a landlord, he's probably said that like 15 times. All right, let's take a break. There's a woman who actually put a bunch of money in her pocket, at least according to police.
Okay.
Money that wasn't hers. And this story is funny because you realize in this story, if the allegations are true, that money that you've given for the sake of that kid that knocked on your door, you sure it went where they say it was going?
Oh.
We'll get into it next in the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. Ooh, this is going to give a lot of selfish people an easy way out.
What happened?
And it's something that would be very easy to do, although we rarely consider it happening.
Yeah.
And one woman, possibly a mom, is in some trouble after using a school fundraiser for something more than fundraising.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Tommy, are you ready for one of our famous break room one-line stories?
Sure.
A 35-year-old woman from Batavia has been arrested, charged with petty larceny for allegedly stealing money given to her for a school fundraiser. That's all we know.
All right.
We don't know how much, although Kimmy, because it's petty larceny, we know it's under $1,000
Right.
if the allegations are true. But we don't know, and we also don't know if she was on some board and allegedly pocketed cash. We don't know if she's simply accused of keeping money that someone gave her in exchange for a product for her kid's fundraiser. But let's talk about that scenario for a second. Has it ever crossed anyone's mind that when you're giving kids money for a school fundraiser, that money won't make it to the school?
I didn't really think about it.
I never have. Have you?
Okay, so here's where I think people think about it.
Okay.
You know when kids come around to the Bills tailgate and tell you that they're raising money for a fundraiser?
Okay.
But they're selling you like a bottle opener or something Bills themed?
Okay.
I'm guessing that's when most people, even though they don't say it out loud, they're like, yeah, they're just keeping that money.
I have never thought that once in my
You
life.
didn't?
And now I feel like a rube now that you've brought that up.
Yeah, because why would a school be selling Buffalo Bills themed bottle openers?
Oh, they got a great budget? I don't know. Now I feel stupid.
No, there's some of that stuff where I'm like, okay, kid, I'm going to give you the money, but I know this isn't for your fill in the blank fundraiser.
I also don't care. Like if I gave that money
Yeah.
and I found out that some chick ran off with it, my $5, I go, where were they going with this
Well, the only
project
time
anyway?
I guess I would really...
Like this stuff,
uniforms for schools, for pencils and books and all that kind of stuff.
I know, but I'm like, hey, you'll get it. It's America, man. What, we out of pencils?
What kind of stupid take is that?
I would
Very
feel bad. Here's when it would bug me if I thought it was going towards somebody in a tough situation and that money never made it to that person.
Like cancer thing.
Sure,
So
anything
more
like
charity
that.
than it is fundraising.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
I get what you're
Exactly.
saying. Now, Tommy, you have that take, and that's fine. I get it, because I kind of feel the same way a little bit. But there are people that only buy these things or give money because they want these kids to have the thing that they're fundraising for. And Kimmy, you bring up a circumstance which, now that you said it, I'm never buying anything from a kid in a parking lot ever again.
You don't want these beads?
But more specifically, parents that you know, moms and dads, has a parent's reputation or what you perceive that parent to be kept you from giving a kid money as a donation, buying something they were selling, helping that kid out? Because it is weird that for someone in your neighborhood, a coworker, whatever, that never crosses our mind because you are putting a lot of trust in that family when you hand them that cash.
Yeah, but are you getting a giant-sized Kit Kat bar out of it?
Okay.
Because you might be fine with it then.
Okay, so you're saying as long as I get the product.
I mean, if they're giving you whatever it is you think you're buying, whatever.
All right, so when I lived in Webster for a little while, had this semi-scuzzy family move in across the way.
Semi-scuzzy, not full scuzzy.
Not full scuzzy.
Says man who had empty rooms in his house and a buddy who did a hit and run on his neighbor. But go on, I'm sorry.
So they were worse than me. But semi-scuzz.
Okay.
And mixed marriage, she had some kids, he had some kids. They were kind of funny, but they were loud. They were a little rough around the edges.
Uh-huh.
So the kid comes over one day, and he wants to sell me on this stuff. I'm like, kid, you don't play chess. I know you don't play chess. Your family too dumb to play chess.
Put that on a T-shirt and sell it.
But you know what I'm saying, right? It's scamola. So I pay the kid. I give the kid some money. About an hour later, one of the other kids comes over, and they go, hey, can I have $5 too?
Wait, they didn't try and sell you anything?
No.
They just asked for $5?
No. So I go, yeah, here's $5, man. And I'm like I know I'm getting played
You're
here.
a sucker.
But I also don't want my house egged or stuff to go missing. So, I'm just playing nice. I go for $5. I'm buying some security, I hope, from scuzzy-ass neighbors.
Until another kid shows up and wants $5.
I pay that kid, too, man, because I just, I want to play nice.
All you kids out there, show up at Tommy's door and ask for
Yes.
$5.
You had a 10-year-old protection racket going.
Pretty much. It was like the mafia.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the story out of Batavia. We have few details, but a 35-year-old woman was arrested, charged with petty larceny for allegedly stealing money given to her for a school fundraiser, and how we never, ever, ever think about when we hand that kid money, where that money is actually going to end up. And like the car washes you see on the corner, Kimmy brings up the candy bar sales. You never investigate. You never really listen to the kid's pitch.
No.
You, Tommy, just give them money to go away.
Yeah, and I think that's what most people do. I never listen. I've never raised kids, so I don't care about your damn kid and what you're doing. Just leave me alone. Now, my wife is a little bit more invested in these things.
Okay.
You know? Like, she actually has a conversation with him where I don't care.
Well, see, here's the thing. I will have the conversation, but not to investigate if it's going where it's going to. I always feel like a big man, like I'm doing something great when I give kids money for this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll close the door and I'll like pat myself on the back like you're a good man for buying that mug you didn't really need.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, my wife goes all Mike Wallace on them on 60 Minutes.
Oh, so she is suspicious.
Well, you say you're selling that, but it seems the other day I saw you coming out of a different store with a different product. What do you have to say about that? Yeah, she will investigate.
Follow-up questions?
She will investigate a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
But she's also worked in the school system where she probably saw a lot more scamola.
Okay. You know, it's funny for having never crossed our minds, right? There are more parents than you think guilty of what this woman is accused of, at least in a small way.
Like skimming?
At minimum, 60% of all parents in America, and I'm making this up, but I'm confident in it, have taken cash their kid got for a school fundraiser to hold them over to the next paycheck.
Oh, so they skim a little.
Don't deny it. No, you put it back. You put
Okay.
it back. My folks did it when I was a kid. They never kept it. They always put it back. But they were at one point paying for stuff with our neighbors' cash meant for fundraisers for a little while.
Okay.
But don't you have to, I mean, if you're selling something, don't you have to show up with the, when you don't come back with the rest of the product?
Okay, let me ask you a question. I know maybe you don't have a lot of kids in your neighborhood. I have a ton of kids in my neighborhood. And every year I will get 15 kids year-round selling me all kinds of weird ass stuff.
Yeah.
Let's say I open up that catalog and I buy $20 worth of wrapping paper. I'm going to forget.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
No,
sit
I'm
and wait
saying
for
like
that
as
wrapping
the
paper.
parent of the kid selling it and you're taking the cash or whatever it is temporarily. I mean, how do you show up to who's
put it
ever in
back.
charge of it?
Yeah, you put it
have
back
to have it
before you
back.
turn it back in with
Gotcha,
the kid. You get what I'm
gotcha,
saying?
gotcha.
So
But
it's kind of like embezzlement a little bit, but you're going to repay it?
I guess. I don't know what you would call that. But I watched my parents do it. I know my buddy's parents did it.
Well, I'm
and
thinking like that. If I'm shuttling this kid around and I got to gas up the car again and I don't have money on me at the moment, I might tap a little because I'm burning gas to just drive your ass around and sell this stuff.
You are
and I'll put it back.
You're an inch away from justifying actually taking some of that money.
It had to be.
I mean, there is fees and costs of doing business, kid.
It had to be so much more tempting for our parents because a lot of that stuff we did deal with in cash. Like you'd be carrying around a big envelope full of cash, whether it was like for the change or whatever you were getting. Whereas now I don't know how common paying in cash for this stuff is.
How many dads snagged a candy bar?
Well, no, they kept
Oh, yeah.
they kept track of those.
They
They
did?
were
Yeah,
like
yeah.
serial numbered candy bars. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you like they'd count them out, right? When you come back and if you didn't sell them all.
Exactly. And like, so my dad, he was the king of like walking by and buying a candy bar. And we always had to count out bars versus dollars left. And my dad would have to shell out all of the money that he ate, which is usually like $25 worth of candy bars.
Jesus Christ.
A lot of candy, Tommy. You know, now you got me thinking back. When I was a kid, I was in this community service club called the Leo Club in middle school.
What did it do?
It was like it was a kid version of the Lions Club. So like members of the Lions Club would come to school and you would do like stuff to raise money for all kinds of charities.
Okay.
Because that's the kind of kid
A
I was.
philanthropic organization.
Exactly. So we did a car wash one time.
Yeah.
And it was on the corner of Buffalo Road. And we made like $900 cash in an afternoon.
In an afternoon?
Yeah, pretty good day. Look, people in Gates are very giving.
You ain't kidding.
They sent me to my house after the car wash with all of that money. They put $900 cash.
How old would you have been? Like 13, 14?
12 probably.
12.
12 years
okay.
old. I was
12
in
year
seminary.
I'm in Miami
A 12-year-old
by
walking
midnight.
around with hundreds
I'm
of
gone.
dollars.
I'm in Dade County. I'm partying.
I was so paranoid
Yeah.
that they were going to count it down to every penny that I didn't spend any of it. But I will not lie to you. There were multiple times
Oh,
where
yeah.
I'd never seen that much cash in my life.
Nobody in your family ever had.
I took it all out multiple times, laid it on my dresser, and just looked at the stack of cash.
Yeah.
Like I felt like such a big man.
You were. You were the richest kid for a little while on the West Side. Yeah, that temptation would drive me nuts. I'm grabbing some of it.
So much money. Think about what I could have done at 12 years old with $900. They just opened up that Annie Ann's Pretzels in the Hess gas station.
You could have seized control of it.
What, a pretzel coup? Does it surprise you in this story that the woman is facing charges? Because that feels a little extreme.
It does, because it doesn't sound like a very big amount.
Under $1,000, we know that if the allegations are true.
Like, it sounds like something she could just pay back.
I don't know, man. Like, 800, like it could be $30. It could be $650.
Yeah, but still, it's still not. To your point, I'm going to lock you up.
Listen to Pittsford here. Well, you ain't got $650. I'll just go into my behind the library books that I have in my living room and take out the spare cash that I have. Shut up, you bitch. And look, here's the thing. I would understand banning the family from like any future fundraisers.
Well, I feel bad doing it to the whole family because then the kids suffer. She's got kids.
Well, yeah, but your mom was allegedly stealing money from the fundraiser.
But don't you feel bad for the kid? Because now the kid's got to bear that.
I do, because they did print the woman's name in the story.
I mean, take it out on the mom, fine, but leave the kid.
Well,
yeah, but nobody's gonna buy from that kid.
Yeah, which sucks because then the name's out there.
Well, no, but here's the thing, man. If you found out, let's say this woman, if the accusations are true, took $700.
Yeah.
You ain't giving that kid money. Like you sit
So
here.
it doesn't matter anyways.
Guys.
I would give that kid $5.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah, your mother Scuzzy Maria. It's not on you, kid.
Your mother Scuzzy Maria in Batavia.
Maria full of scuzz.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Ross writes us, my dad would buy boxes of candy bars from Sam's, have us sell them at the fireworks downtown, and split the profit with us.
It was a complete scam?
That's what it sounds like.
What an operation.
He goes on, no one ever asked us what we were selling them for.
Yeah.
We'd sell around 5 boxes in a few hours and made $50 a box.
God damn.
That's $250 in profit.
That's a nice move for an afternoon.
So I'm looking at his Facebook page here. It looks like he's in his 40s. Man, that was when $250 was $250.
You ain't kidding, man.
I mean, what could that? Why would you ask what it's for
You
at that
wouldn't.
point? Because like they could say any
Make it up.
any youth fill in the blank sports team.
Just call it the youth fund.
But the fact that nobody asked.
Yeah, but even if they asked, they're going to give you a base answer. And
Back then, you weren't going to Google it, right?
Yeah.
Good point. Good point.
All right, question.
Genius.
So with Ross saying his dad would just buy those candy bars at Sam's and sell them, and they would keep them.
And I think that, to me, that's legal.
So that dad's not a piece of crap.
Call them what you want. I don't think that's illegal.
Well, he didn't have a peddler's permit, and I know that from selling vacuum cleaners door to door. Old man wave.
Peddle this.
I know, but okay, legal or not, you're right.
Yeah.
Legal or not, the people are paying money and they're getting what they paid for.
You got your candy bar.
Is the dad a piece of crap? Sorry, Ross.
Is the dad?
Is Ross's dad? Is Mr. Ross a piece of crap?
Question: if you did this in front of your house, put your kids out there, how is it any different than like a lemonade stand?
Okay. Good point. But I think
like the fact that you went out there and did it, okay, it adds a whole other element to it. But like if you just were doing this like right out on the sidewalk, catching people as they walk or drove by,
my.
I would say he's just barely a piece of crap.
Okay, a slight piece of crap.
He's
a skid mark.
He's a sea hair in to Crapland.
Worst amusement park of all time, by the way. Here's the
Especially that log ride.
Here's the difference, Kimmy. It's perception. If I drive by a kid having a lemonade stand outside the house, I assume that kid is keeping all the money. And I'm fine with that, right? That's what you're doing it for. You're learning about entrepreneurship. Yeah. Meanwhile, if a child walks up to me with a box of name brand candy bars, I assume those candy bars are fundraisers for something they're doing. So you're right. It's on me for assuming.
Yeah.
But I think that makes the dad a piece of crap. Also, are we not talking about how he was using his son and his friends or other, what did he say here? Have us, so I guess brothers?
But he's teaching his kid a valuable lesson about life.
He's using them as child labor for free.
How to separate people from their money.
Okay.
And that's a really difficult skill to teach somebody.
Not with candy.
Right. But you got to teach that skill. You still got to know how to work a room.
Okay.
I mean, those kids might be great salesmen now.
Okay.
Thanks to their dad's illegal candy operation.
I know that's also a story that you're going to tell your therapist one day potentially.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, if the kid was
my dad taught me to be a liar.
I watched how my old man sold, and he did not have a soul. His whole object was just get the money. As long as I don't get caught, it ain't illegal. And that's how he just operated.
Is your dad a piece of crap?
Yeah, but he had a boat. His kid had a boat. He was retired at Florida on the water at 50. At 49 years old, he was done working.
It still makes him a piece of crap. Again, the question
Yeah,
is
but
now,
he's a chill piece of crap, and he can go fishing in the afternoon
Well, and
when
he
his kid's
also-
on suspension.
He also got lucky.
No, but he was a good salesman. Yes, he did.
But you even say like, maybe you didn't do everything above board.
well, but like here's the thing: even if he doesn't hit in the stock market, he still would have had an
Oh.
ability to feed himself his entire life.
He had great jobs.
I appreciate the skill that you have there, right? But just because you're good at being a piece of crap doesn't make you not a piece of crap.
No, but you'll never go hungry.
Being a piece of crap.
You know it.
You know, wrapping this up, going back to the actual story again, this 35-year-old woman out in Batavia arrested for allegedly stealing money meant for her kid's school fundraiser. This is a prime example of what your reputation ends up being worth. Because again, police say this woman pocketed some kind of cash under $1,000. And because of that, in a small town like Batavia, she's going to wear this scarlet letter forever.
Oh, yeah.
Bless you. Was it worth it? Like, if the allegations are true, was that $50, $100, $300, $600 worth now what everyone in that town thinks of you?
It can't be. It didn't change your life.
No.
I don't know.
I don't know how much fun you had with it.
But when then temptation hits you in the moment, maybe you're just not thinking clear. You just see an opportunity and you go for it. And you know what I mean?
And it's also possible you think you're never going to get caught.
True.
Right?
It's chump change, maybe.
Well, not anymore, buddy.
No, you the chump.
Yeah, Johnny Law came after you. Give me back them candy bars. You know, Bills fans are dedicated fans. We'll sit out in anything. I mean, hell, look what happened after they had to move that game. Folks sitting in giant piles of snow. Chiefs fans don't normally have to deal with that kind of extreme weather.
No.
Although the fact that they did back in January.
They had that brutal, coldest game ever. What was it?
Did you see what some of their fans are dealing with right now?
What, bad?
Like, worst case scenario.
I did not see this.
Other than death, worst case scenario.
Really?
Buckle up.
Okay.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Bro, this is horrific.
What happened?
This is horrific. And maybe it's because they don't see weather like this all the time. Maybe it's because you had no idea this was possible. But it is a lesson in what the limit should be to watch your favorite team live.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. That's just Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You remember that playoff game? It was the first NFL playoff game streamed exclusively. The Chiefs, the Dolphins in Kansas City. It was the fourth coldest game ever in NFL history.
Yeah.
The temperature at kickoff was -4. The wind chill was -27 degrees. And if you watch the game,
it was brutal to watch.
It was so cold that Patrick Mahomes took a hit to the head that cracked his helmet.
Yeah, it
you
split
remember?
it open, yeah.
Okay. So that stadium was sold out. It was full of people, despite the community, folks, that work in doctors, hospitals, things like that, saying, "Do not go." Well, now we know why.
So what's the count?
A burn center in Kansas City say they've treated dozens of people from that game for frostbite.
Damn.
And it's still having long-term effects.
Yeah.
To the point where, Tommy, around 70% of those frostbite patients are now being advised to schedule amputations.
Ooh.
Wow.
How many?
70% of the dozens of people that were treated for frostbite are being advised to schedule.
Okay,
Taking
so we don't
parts
have,
of you off.
Yeah.
So we don't have an actual number of people this is affecting.
No,
but I mean, it still sounds like a lot.
More than one?
Yeah.
So we do know that at least one man who has been recommended to have an amputation had got frostbite to that point for taking his gloves off for 5 minutes in the parking lot to set up a tent.
Oh.
No kidding.
5 minutes of bare hands, and he may lose parts of his hand.
Oof.
Is a Super Bowl ring as satisfying if you don't have a finger to put it on?
Yeah. Well, you always have that reminder to the big game.
Yeah, seriously.
Old Stubby here.
I mean, what a weird side-by-side. Your favorite team wins a Super Bowl, but it was also the season you suffered probably, I'm guessing, the worst injury of your life.
You could have been doing that tomahawk chop and that pinky would have come flying off, man. God damn. That's like when those explorers went to the North Pole, like in the 1800s, like those British guys.
Yep. There is no way that these poor people considered this as a possibility when they left for that game. When is the last time you ever heard about someone getting frostbite that didn't, like, collapse in the snow? And we live in a super cold area.
Yes.
All right. Kimmy?
Yeah.
You love the Bills.
I do.
You love the Bills.
I sure do.
Bills win a Super Bowl, but it costs you your pinky and your
Nope.
ring finger. No?
No. It is not worth losing a body part over.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a fan.
Yeah. No, I guess I call me a whatever you want, bandwagon fan. I don't care. I'm not losing a finger over a Super Bowl.
Ronnie Lott cut off his finger to play in a regular season game.
That's a little insane, too.
That did happen. You can Google the story yourself. These fans are like the Ronnie Lotts of the Chiefs, except they weren't aware this was a possibility, and they are probably also devastated that they're going to lose parts of feet, hands, nose.
Like the long-term pain of frostbite, I can't even imagine.
So that you bring that up.
too,
Doctors say that folks that don't need amputations may still have long-term issues. They say they will always have sensitivity and pain in the issues that got frostbite for the rest of their lives, and they will be more susceptible to frostbite in the future.
Yeah, and you live in a cold area. So that's happening.
And you have to explain that to people all the time.
Yep. Then why you lost it.
Yeah.
Although that might be a fun story to
Is
tell.
it?
I'm such a diehard fan. I lost parts of my body.
You do have that. You can always say you're a diehard fan for the rest of your life.
So do the players not get it because they're constantly moving?
It's a good question.
Well, they also have heaters on the sides.
Jackets, gloves.
I mean,
they
like
have everything
they're
they need.
as cold as they might be on the field, like they can get back and warm up every now and then.
No, but to Tommy's point, I mean, this story, again, we're talking about how there are dozens of people from that fourth coldest game in NFL history back in January in Kansas City that had to be treated for frostbite after the game. Now, 70% of those patients are being advised to schedule amputations. One man took his gloves off for 5 minutes, according to the story, in the parking lot to set up a tent. It looks like he's going to lose body parts. Patrick Mahomes had bare hands on that field for more than 5 minutes in some of those drives. How does he not have frostbite?
Sometimes the defense is sitting for a while or they're out for a while in the field, to your point. Those linemen,
It's a great question. Maybe it is blood
Maybe
flow.
because you're moving so much, you're circulating.
Is it warmer on the field?
Your body's hotter.
But this guy was moving, setting up the tent.
Yeah, but he's not moving like that.
Oh, how do you know? He might be the world's most intense tent setter-upper.
I wonder how many of these people were Miami fans that came up for the game.
None? Are you kidding me? You think of Miami? Okay, first of all, we know Dolphins fans don't really exist. Do you think anybody from Miami flew?
Not even from Miami, but from Florida or somewhere warmer.
Nobody from
went up
Florida flew to a negative 27-degree wind chill game in Kansas City.
So that means going forward, they're going to have to rewrite these rules for these cold weather games.
Well, I'm sure there's something on the back of the ticket that keeps them from having any liability.
Yeah.
Right?
Or would they not play when it gets too cold now? Because it used to be there was no temperature they wouldn't play in, right?
It is a great question. I mean, look, I didn't find this story is a small story. Like, this isn't a big-time story. I found it in some out-of-the-way plays. I mean, the source is good. I mean, if it doesn't make more news, the NFL doesn't have to answer to it.
All right.
Right? And, I mean, if the argument's going to be if you would have covered up the skin, you would have been fine.
Yeah, but still. I mean,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Maybe they just send some of the players to like see in the amputee section of the hospital.
All right.
But you don't get Mahomes. You get like some lower guy.
All right, Kimmy, I'll go further. I'll go further. Bills win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Costs you your ring and your pinky finger, but you get to meet Josh Allen after your finger's amputated in the hospital.
You don't even get to shake his hand.
Well, use your other hand. I want to shake your hand. My right hand, left hand.
No,
He'll
I
sign
think
anything
I'm
you want.
out.
He'll sign anything you want.
No. Because here's the thing, too. As much as you love that team and as much as you love that player, you don't know what the future holds for any of those things, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, we've seen players go bad. We've seen, like...
Oh, you're going to get Von Miller before allegations is what you're worried about?
You just never know. So even if your favorite player in the world shows up, you have a sit-down conversation, they give you whatever you want, you hug it out, and there's no guarantee that that person's a beloved player forever.
And it's way harder for a woman to like have things missing than a dude. Like for a woman to be missing fingers or toes or something, it's way harder. I mean,
how did you go there?
like a guy,
it's hard for anybody
if you
to
met
lose.
a chick that was missing 2 fingers, right?
I would assume she just went too hard.
But it would I would be if I see a guy missing a finger, all right, he does a
you
tough
don't-
job.
what?
Like if I see a chick missing a finger, I'm shocked. Like, God damn, man, how'd you lose 2 fingers?
All right, one more scenario.
All right.
One more scenario. All right, you go to the game, you get the frostbite so bad you lose your pinky and your ring finger.
All right.
The Bills win the Super Bowl. Josh Allen comes to the hospital after it's been amputated to present you with your own authentic Super Bowl ring.
That's cruel.
You can't wear it.
Well, you can
can't
wear it
wear
on another finger.
Yeah, well, no,
Yeah.
you've lost both your ring fingers.
But you can hang it like around your neck.
Okay,
Yeah.
you could, but you will have. Those things are worth tens of thousands
Sure.
of dollars. Kimmy.
Cover the expenses of your operation.
Oh, well, I'm not selling that thing. No, I'm keeping that.
All right.
I mean, Kimmy, how many fans get an effing Super Bowl ring presented to you by Josh Allen?
Yeah, not many.
Would you even consider it?
No.
Oh, my God.
I like my
wouldn't do it.
fingers.
Why don't you wouldn't do
I
it?
like
Your
my toes.
Yeah, I need all my stuff.
It gets to a certain point in life where you only need so many fingers and toes.
No, you need all of them.
No, I'm at a point now where I could lose 3 fingers and it wouldn't affect my life in any way.
Yes, it would. You
How so?
couldn't
Look,
eat.
See me? See? I'm holding my pen.
You're barely
3
holding
fingers.
it.
See, check it out. I'm writing like this. I could eat.
No, you have it all over yourself.
If I got to go to that game, the Bills win the Super Bowl. Josh Allen comes to my hospital room after the amputation of my 2 fingers, and I get a Super Bowl ring, I would take that.
You say that
Wow.
now.
Nope, I'm
And
telling
by the
you.
way, you work out.
Yeah.
You can't work out
Yeah.
anymore. You can't kettlebell.
I
and
can
do all that.
kettlebell with I can Velociraptor kettlebell. No, bro.
Don't do that.
Super Bowl ring, Super Bowl championship, hanging out with Josh Allen, and I get to be. I'm taking that. I'll take
But
that
you know
trade.
he doesn't actually want to hang out with you.
Don't care. Don't
Right,
care.
That is so true.
You're
Don't
not
care.
friends.
How about he's gonna do the thing where like we're gonna take a picture together and he's gonna like fold his 2 fingers down so he looks like my hand.
For solidarity.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you can't even do those wacky handshakes with him and stuff.
Sure you can, just like this.
Oh.
That one's for the folks on the live stream. All right, let's take a break.
right.
Tommy is living the dream this week, or at least the last couple days.
Yeah.
Because you are a free man
Yeah.
in a lockdown world.
Yes.
And when your spouse, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, goes away,
Yeah.
how do I put this? You have the ability to do things that they would not want you to
Right.
do. However, what you have chosen is strange.
Right.
Well, like the fact that I'm allowed to do this, and you're not allowed to do it while she's there.
Well, yeah, because there's an issue.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a little taste of freedom.
Oh.
No one to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. And
Nice.
Tommy is in the middle of living that married man's dream.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And he's got so much freedom, he can fill the house up with whatever awful aromas from the terrible
Yes.
food he likes he wants without the person he loves telling him, stop it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I'm going to be hanging out at Boot Barn.
Oh, boy.
Saturday from 11 to 1, Highland Drive next to Value City Furniture. And look, come in and hang out with me and get the amazing deals that Boot Barn has on all the workwear that they have. That's enough.
Yeah.
But they got more.
What do you got?
Saturday, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's their community work event.
It's like a festival.
We're talking live entertainment.
Okay.
We're talking food truck,
Oh, yeah.
axe throwing truck,
Why not?
mechanical bull,
Okay.
beer tasting inside the store, and me,
There you go.
Pat Duffy from WCMF. Come hang out again Saturday, 11 to 1, Boot Barn in Henrietta, Highland Drive next to Value City Furniture. We will see you there with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. So, Tommy, you are living the bachelor life the last couple days. And Tommy lives a sad bachelor life existence because you get excited to watch all the horrible documentaries your wife doesn't want to watch.
Yeah.
But this weekend,
Yeah.
he was extra excited because you're going to do something else you're not allowed to do while she's there.
Yeah. Well, so my wife's that big with seafood, and she also doesn't like Indian food.
Okay.
She doesn't like the smells.
Okay.
So the only time I ever eat Indian food is when my wife's not around.
Okay.
And I love me some Indian food like you do.
Oh, Indian food's delicious.
But you know, Indian food with that curry, it's all through the house.
And it will make your house smell for days.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm enjoying right now is sushi and Indian food.
So are you
Different nights.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was going to say, what are you, curried sushi?
Yeah.
are you doing takeout? Are you making some of the food yourself?
Breakfast. That's
Okay.
right there.
Okay. All right. Your wife doesn't let you have sushi.
Well, she doesn't like the smell of it.
Okay.
She'll tolerate it, but I just know she don't dig it.
Okay.
She really don't dig the Indian food. Like that smell really gets to her.
Really?
Yeah.
It smells so good.
I got it. And
While
she-
it's there. When it's gone, then it bothers
Yeah,
you.
the lingering smell.
She's also not a lamb person.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you getting? Oh, from the Indian.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
what you're saying.
Lamb my ass off.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is your go-to wife is gone food? Because it does feel like every man has one. And it does speak, Tommy,
Yeah.
to what good husbands we are. That we will completely avoid a food we love
Deprived, Pat.
for the sake of the women we are spending the rest of my life is. Kimmy, do women appreciate what a sacrifice that is?
I think it's the opposite in my house.
What do you mean?
I think I eat more foods that he doesn't like than vice versa.
I've seen him. That's impossible.
No, like he's
Yeah, what? Don't go into that, boy.
he can't be around me if I'm eating sushi.
Okay,
he
won't eat
can't be
sushi.
around me. Like he's not a pasta person, which
That's
drives
weird. What
me
is
insane.
wrong with that?
That's a
kid?
big
Because
dude.
I love pasta. I love
Me
Italian
too.
dishes. He's not really, other than like chicken parm occasionally, he's not an Italian food person.
That kid looks like he runs on
It's
carbs.
amazing. But yeah, I think I have more foods that bother him or that he won't go near than vice versa. Because he chicken wings all the way for him.
Okay, but you would agree that mostly it's men who are avoiding foods they like for the
Oh,
sake
yeah.
of their wives and girlfriends. 252-WCMF.
I would think, okay, I think that women are more bothered by the smells of the food
And that's what my wife's issue is.
and the lingering. Like, if for whatever reason, like, I think like women must have a more keen sense of smell, or it gets in their head more.
Or you just bitch about more stuff.
Because
Also
it's
possible.
amazing though, like the smells that don't bother my husband.
Yeah, we
or,
get
or
that.
like we'll be outside. You're gross. We'll be outside and like I'll smell some like weird burning smell, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he's
I
a
don't smell it."
firefighter. That makes sense. That's alarming. House is on fire right behind him. I don't know.
Not so much burning.
Can't
where,
find
like,
the house, guys.
Somebody's cooking something weird,
Okay.
or
All
like,
right, all
and I'll
right,
be
all
like, that smells really bugging me, and he's like, I don't even notice it. I don't.
No, but
I'm not bothered.
But like with you, with me, with most guys listening, right? You have a meal where that you enjoy so much, you look forward to it to the point when your wife leaves, you go get it, and we never ask them for it, and we never insist we have it. That is a full-on commitment move, is it not?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm going to guess that most women don't have a food they can't wait to eat while we're gone because you would never tell your wife, and I would never tell my wife, you can't cook or eat this while I'm in the house.
And you're also going to overeat when your wife's not around, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like you're going to it's just going to be a pig fest. because she's never going to tolerate.
Wait, your mom's going to be there?
Yeah, I'm having my mom for dinner.
I bet you are. What guy hasn't?
I mean, you say you wait. I have to call BS on a point that you are making because you're the food snob in this room.
Yes, I am.
And I know that your wife I think it's probably your wife's more self-conscious about the way she eats when you're around than the other way around.
Well, I don't power eat. It's more about me. It's more about the smelling than the volume. I'm not I don't eat a lot. But when I was a fat boy, oh, man, I could put on a clinic.
Were you with this with your other wife? Were you like this with your other wives, too, where you would be conscious of them?
Every wife I've ever been with had these issues about, like, seafood and anything that, like, they always wanted all their meat cooked well done.
That's a woman thing.
Well, you know what my theory is with well done meat and women.
What's that?
It's because they have to knob us, and that's why they're grossed out by raw meat. I'm serious.
Are you serious?
Because they have to do that disgusting.
That is literally the dumbest theory I've ever heard.
Are you kidding
Whatever
me?
makes you feel better.
No, because you have to do that disgusting thing you don't want to do, and then it transfers over.
You know what I'm not
how
thinking about at dinner?
What?
That.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Does that mean you like rare meat because you like knobbing dudes? Because that's kind of what your
I'm
statement
just saying
infers.
I've never had because I've never had
Talking
to do
awfully fast
that.
there, buddy.
I don't have that in my head.
But what you're saying is, if you had to all of a sudden,
Well, if I had to, maybe I would want my meat cooked too.
or you'd.
I don't know.
I've never done that, so it don't bother
I
me.
think you're just ruining this for everybody
Do
now.
you think a dong would have the same texture as a piece of medium rare or rare meat?
It's the rarest meat your wife's ever gonna taste.
What?
It is. The damn thing's pulsing, man. It's got a living vein in it.
You're serious right now.
You know
you
I'm right.
really believe
I think I cracked
feel
the
like I
code.
should dump what you just said, but I'll let it go.
All right.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's try and get this train back on the tracks. Tommy's wife has been out of town. He's been eating all the food he can that she hates: sushi, Indian food, seafood stuff. And look, every man has this. The food that they're going to eat when their wife, their girlfriend isn't there. That's the sacrifice we make for you.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Austin. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? So I think, before I get to what I was going to say, I think I know why Tommy's been a little bit extra this week. He said his wife is gone, so his filter's totally gone.
You could be right, and that would have been a good take if you didn't squeak your voice at the end, Austin. I'm sorry that happened to you.
I'm sorry. I live with it. I don't give a care.
Hey, good catch, Austin. But you were saying before.
So, first of all, Kimmy, you need to divorce your husband because whoever doesn't like Italian food is not a human.
I know it's weird. It is very strange.
It's very, very strange. Like, who doesn't love pasta?
I'm with you.
What's your food,
Right.
Austin? I mean, you got a girlfriend, a wife. What's the deal?
Fiance, remember I got that $10K food bill for my wedding? Remember?
Right,
I'm
yes,
that
you're
guy?
that guy. Yes, and we killed you for that. So what food do you eat when she's gone that you won't eat around her?
I like baked ziti, and I love to make it super cheesy, and she hates it super cheesy. So I just make myself like a big normal thing of cheesy baked ziti. And
Man,
eat
who
it
hates
without her.
cheese? That's impossible.
It's a lot of cheese.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
There
Mr.
ain't such a thing.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Theories. If his fiance hates cheese, what does that say about Austin's dong then?
He's got a cheesy dong.
Cheesy
baby.
dong, yeah.
He's got a raw cheesy dong with a vein, a pulsing vein.
I am very
You're
uncomfortable.
ruining
but
food
you
for
gotta get
everybody.
So, Austin, I mean, but you are kind of in an okay spot where if you made regular ziti, you could just throw more cheese on it
Right.
after it's out of the oven.
Yeah, so there's really, apart from that, there's really nothing I wouldn't eat without her around because we all like the same food.
Okay, you are
Like,
also. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you go ahead.
You're also still in that honeymoon phase. Like there
Yeah.
could be times 2-3 years from now where she's like, you know what? You're already.
It's coming.
It's already kind of tension. You know what I never liked? You know what I never liked?
Oh, yeah.
Fill in food that you
Mhm.
love, and I don't even like when you're around me. And then it's over. It's
Yes.
over, Austin.
I mean, we've been together for almost 9 years, so I think we're already past the
All
honeymoon phase, but I totally get it.
And that's with a cheesy dong, bro, which is impressive.
Oh, boy. All
Austin,
right.
thanks for
Jimmy,
the
good
call.
luck.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, buddy. Oh, boy. My
Oh,
cheesy
boy.
dong. You know, so we going down the reasons why you're not allowed to have that food your wife won't let you eat. Which again, that sentence is remarkable. That grown men, we as grown men have this in our heads. So you brought up the smell. She thinks it's gross. Whatever.
Yeah.
2, the other most common reason, you're not healthy enough to eat that.
Yeah, I would think like health factors are a
Okay,
reason
bad
why.
food.
Yeah, she loves you. She wants you to be around. So you can't have that pizza or that plate or that giant serving of linguine and clams. The third is the most interesting.
What's that?
That meal is too expensive.
Oh, okay.
Why would we order this or that from this restaurant when we can go to the grocery store and I can make it myself? Same thing, get it from Aldi's for half the price, fill in the blank, right? Which one is the most common, do you think? The grossness, the health aspect, or the price?
I'm going to go gross up front.
Okay.
Because if it's gross, she's just done with it.
Okay.
I'm going to say health because that's why you may eat it in shame.
All right. Closet eater.
You know what I mean?
Secret. You have to say shame.
Well, secret, shame, but you're eating it without them around because you feel some shame when you eat it in front of them, I'm guessing.
Well, it could be
whether
shame.
or not they make you feel that or say something about it, if you're both trying to be healthy or you know they want you to eat healthier, yeah, you're doing it in secret for a reason.
Okay. Is it bad that... So I've gone out to like nice restaurants by myself while my wife and kids have been gone.
Yeah.
Because I know that my wife like won't want to spend that kind of money.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'll sit like in a booth by myself.
And technically, you're not feeding them, so you are saving money.
I am doing that. But it's funny. Like my wife will like bitch and moan like, "Oh, this is too expensive to go. We shouldn't go here." And then she'll take my kids on vacation without me.
Yeah.
Right. Spend all this money while I'm not there. And
So you think cost could be a factor
I
too?
think maybe it's just my wife, but there are a couple of places that I want to go to eat. My wife's like, "That's too expensive. I can do it better." And what am I going to say? Yes, baby, you can. I love you, and you're talented.
Yeah, I mean, I could see doing that too. And like if we go out, let's say we're going to both eat steak, right?
Yeah.
Well, I want mine really rare and really fatty, and my wife's not going to want that, and I know she's
Are we
going
still talking about steak?
Yes.
Because my brother just texted me. He just opened a kiosk.
Why are we bringing Ryan into this?
What's it called?
Well, wait, you talking about the kiosk
Yeah,
in the
what's it
bedroom?
called?
It's
Yeah.
called Uncle Ryan's Sweet Rare Meat, Extra Fatty in Your Mouth with sauce. He's going to sauce that mouth up good. West Side style. But you were saying, I'm sorry.
But she would think, like, why are you paying for all that fat? It looks terrible.
Okay.
And she also gets grossed out when I eat like that. Like, she wants me to eat a steak. It looks like an autopsy. And she can't watch me eat, like, the fat. Because I'll eat all the fat on a steak.
Okay, so I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, because this just happened to me over the
And
weekend.
that's really bad for you, and I know it.
But I told you we went out to we were out for Buffalo at a hockey tournament. We found this like mom and pop Italian joint. They had like the cheapest prime rib I've ever seen in my life. So I get prime rib, and my wife's all excited. She encourages me to get it so she can have some. And it gets put down, and she's cutting around the fat.
Yeah, and I go, that's the gold, man.
And then even when she gets the part, she goes, "Oh, there's like fat running through this." Like, do you not know what prime rib
right.
is?
Yeah, that's what makes it prime rib.
Eat your
man.
$12 prime rib.
Yes, I'll eat all the fat.
No, I mean I can't eat. It has to be attached to the meat, though. You're not just gonna eat pieces of fat.
If it's laying there, I'll slam it,
Bro,
there's a reason why I almost died. I love that stuff.
No, I get it, but how is just
Like a hunk of beef fat or a hunk of pork fat?
just without any meat on it?
Yeah, if it's just there.
You just eat white, chewy fat.
Oh my God, it's delicious.
You're not going to believe this.
What?
My brother just opened a second kiosk.
What? He franchised?
Yeah, but we can't get into it now. So my wife is also going out of town this weekend, right? But she's leaving the kids behind.
Oh,
She's
so you just got you're done.
Also, but here's the thing.
What?
There are some kids who look forward to one parent leaving because of the food they get, and there are some kids that are going to laud over you the rules that mommy leaves behind.
And I'm
with the
guessing
food.
you're in that boat.
I don't know yet
All
because
right. Well, you've been in this boat before.
Well,
though.
here's the thing. Like, my wife, she hasn't gone out of town and left me with the kids by myself in a couple of years. So, like, the last time she did it, my kids were little.
Oh, all right.
And, you know, whatever.
You can pull a move.
I'm curious to see if my 11-year-old and 13-year-old are going to, like, want to have the stuff that we don't normally have.
Okay. Oh.
Or if they're going to
just so
dime
like,
on me.
used to the normal stuff.
Or will they enjoy it and then dime?
Also a possibility.
Yeah.
But I can see my
No,
11-year-old.
if they enjoy it, they're keeping that a secret.
Oh, no. They'll dime.
You
Because they
think?
don't have...
Because then they're not going to be able to have it again.
Yeah, but I don't think they have that kind of
All right.
foresight. Like,
Yeah.
they want me in trouble and they want what they want. But I could also see my 11-year-old, like, who is, like, my wife's number. She's like a right-hand woman.
Yeah.
Like, calling my wife on the way to the restaurant we're going to, being like, hey, Daddy says we're going here. I just want you to know. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Harry. Hey, Harry, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so talk about things wives won't eat.
I love to go to Texas de Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
That's at Brazilian Steakhouse.
If you
thing?
know, Harry, let me catch everybody up because I know there are people that aren't familiar with Brazilian steakhouses. It's all you can eat meat.
They just keep bringing it to you, right?
Yeah.
They bring it to you on a
Different cuts.
sword, bro.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Harry.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't do rare steak because I'm
not.
going to go with Tommy's explanation.
See?
So even my 6-year-old daughter loves to eat there because she loves her steak rare. My wife's the only one in our family that won't eat their steak rare. Like, I don't understand it. Like, how can you not like steak rare or any way it's coming to you?
Look, you preach in the choir. So does that eliminate Texas de Brazil as a place you can eat, Harry?
With her, yes. I can take my 6-year-old daughter, though.
That would look weird.
No, it's cute.
I guess.
Yeah. And then we go see a movie afterwards because it's Daddy-Daughter Day.
All right.
Do you get daddy-daughter props,
And
but you're
steak.
really selfishly doing it to get steak, and that's great, Harry, and I'm happy for you, buddy.
Well, little column B.
All right, well, hey, thanks for the call, Harry. I appreciate it. Did he have steak in his mouth while he was making that phone
sounded
call?
like it.
Well, it's gonna be a good Texas de Brazil. Maybe I'll do that when my wife is gone.
What's that?
Texas
Brazilian
de
steak. Nice.
Buddy.
I have to assume like any kind of like buffet style anything is big with families gone. I want to go just all you
Load
can
up.
eat. And there's not as much shame eating alone.
So here's the thing. My wife does not like Golden Corral because she's not an American.
Oh.
And she will go with me to Golden Corral.
Okay.
Like every once in a while, I'll be like, I'm going to
Okay.
go to Golden Corral and we'll go as a family. But she will sit there and she will make comments about me while eating Golden Corral. And they're not mean.
Like
but
comments about what you're eating.
Ooh,
How
what is that?
much?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. It's time to go. Like, she knows that I eat like a golden retriever that gets into a garbage can. And, like, by the fourth plate, she'd be like, okay, you're going to get sick. You know you're going to eat
get
so
that.
much, you're going to get sick.
A lot
And
of sugar in that.
and then, like, here's the thing. I'll be like, no, I'll show you, and I'll do it just to spite her. And then I end up not feeling good because I ate so much food. But, I mean, I every time she's out of town, I will go to Golden Corral
Okay.
and eat by myself.
So you got Golden Corral and a Brazilian steakhouse on the.
In the lineup.
Yeah.
Maybe I could do China Buff, too.
Look at that. That's sitting for the cycle.
Oh,
That's the dad's cycle right there.
I don't want to know what my Monday's going to look like if I try all three of them.
You're going to be dying on the pot.
Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
It's time to start dying on the pot.
It's Bitch Voice Theater, buddy. You've been dying on the pot all morning. We got that. And speaking of food, you're a spicy food guy, right?
Yes, I am.
Kimmy, are you a spicy food gal?
No, I'm a baby when it comes to spicy stuff.
Well, actually, that's why things have changed the way that they have. And there's a story that was released a year ago that just went viral yesterday for some reason that
What
has
happened?
spicy food fans flipping out. Because
That's bad for you?
No, it's not that it's bad for you. It's that it's not as spicy as it used to be. Because if you're a jalapeno fan, you may have been imagining that jalapenos aren't as hot as you remember them.
Yeah.
It's not in your imagination.
They're dialing it back.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If you're a fan of this spicy food, you might think your mind has been playing tricks on you.
Oh.
That maybe these spicy foods used to be spicier.
Why are they cutting back?
Well, it's actually very simple. It all comes down to money, man. And this story that came out a year ago that went viral for some reason yesterday has spicy food fans flipping.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or tell everyone why we found out Tommy likes his meat so rare.
But so do you.
Yeah, but I don't have that theory.
You do now. It's in your head.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to wear my little Olympic jacket this morning because I want to look like Michael Phelps' busted cousin. Because I'm just a busted cousin-looking little bitch.
I would love to be Michael Phelps' busted cousin.
You would be busted, which means you get none of Michael Phelps' wealth.
But I still get to be like, you see that guy there? It's my cousin.
Who you saying it to?
I could probably read
two guys in front of the liquor store.
I could probably read the classrooms being Michael Phelps' busted cousin. You got to really hurt someone.
Yeah.
No, we already did that. You did that thing. It's the Bitch Voice Theater, and now it happens here on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Tells me that you don't think that's a tough, dirty job, buddy.
It's a very tough.
Oh, is it? Oh, my name's Tommy. I'm scared because I realize I'm not pandering to everybody I need to pander to, so I'm going to pander hard now all of a sudden because I'm a scared ass, not tipping a cup, little bitch ass bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I obey all the speeding laws, even in states I don't live in, because I'm just a traffic-obeying little, slow-driving little bitch.
You do 45 on 390.
Never had a ticket either. I'll leave you nothing.
And you'd give it
Yes,
up.
you
I
would.
talk tough until the lady taps me on the shoulder because I give her up a little wafer because I'm a little wafer giving up little scared ass, coward ass, hind ass bitch.
Aw, Pat Duffy. Tommy's got a picture of my little weenie on his telephone, and I'm scared because I used to be a little weenie flashing little bitch.
Me rude.
How
Come
dare
on.
you? I'm going to let you go. Be
Oh, my name's Pat Duffy. I gotta have last box vanilla wafers because I'm a little bitch.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I'll let anybody in my house because I'm such a kind soul. Now I gotta explain to Rich Eye that I don't have a car anymore because they ran off of my car because I'm a kind-hearted little bitch.
Actually, I just came back from Long Island for 7 hours driving.
Ooh.
Are you burger shaming
Well,
me
do you-
now?
you don't-
Oh, what is Tommy? And I will put extra toppings on my 2 donuts with a burger in between because I'm scared of having a heart attack. 'cause I'm scared ass bitch.
This is burger bullying. I'm going to consult my congressman, Mr. Burgess.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
If you're a fan of jalapenos and have been for a while, you may have noticed something.
What's going on?
Well, the last couple of years, jalapenos may have felt like they were getting less spicy. You may have even believed it was in your head or you've gained like a tolerance to it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. It turns out jalapenos are absolutely more bland than they used to be. A story from last year that flew under the radar for some reason went viral yesterday, and it's got spicy food fans flipping out. A few decades ago, some farms started intentionally growing milder jalapenos.
But still calling them hot.
Yeah, well, no, they would just call them jalapenos
Oh,
because everyone had an
yeah.
expectation of what a jalapeno
Right.
was. And they did this as Mexican food was becoming more popular in the U.S. These farmers wanted the jalapenos cooler and bigger, so they found a way to do it. Most of these jalapenos go into things like pre-made salsa, flavored chips, and the stuff that gets cut up and put on like your nachos at a restaurant. And the funniest part of this story, if the companies want to make jalapenos or jalapeno-flavored food hotter, they add what's called extract, which is the same stuff they use in pepper spray. So if you want spicy jalapeno food, you're actually getting milder jalapenos with this extract sprayed on top of it.
Damn.
Folks are furious with this revelation, and they're trying to figure out where they can get the old jalapenos the way they used to be.
Yeah, grow like the old ones.
So there are smaller farms that do this, but apparently they're very hard to come by.
Oh, so why? So they did this to make it more
Palatable to
Little
an American.
more mild.
Yes, you
Yeah.
got it, right?
Right.
And look, I have to admit, man, like I used to not be able to do spicy food, and over the last couple of years, I thought just my palate changed. But it
maybe
turns out,
it's, the actual food itself.
Exactly. Like they tricked me and I don't even know it, man. Because, Tommy, you love spicy food.
Yes, I do.
Kimmy, you a spicy food person?
No, not really.
Okay. Kimmy, fill in the blank. If someone really loves spicy food, I think they're what?
I think that they love to torture themselves when they eat. I never got the person that loved, like, the spicier the better. I want my nose to run. I want my face to turn bright red, and I want to look like I'm crying throughout the entire meal. Well, there are people that strive for that. Like, if it doesn't hurt, it's not spicy enough.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I am.
No, I'm with her. Why? How is that enjoyable?
I don't know, but it is.
But you actually like
I like the burn. I like the And the problem is, that food burns twice.
Not only do people I know that love spicy food love to eat spicy food, but they love all, like, the spicy drinks too. Like, the spicier the better when it comes to a Bloody Mary.
Okay.
The spicier the better in their jalapeno margarita. Like, they love the taste and the spice. I don't know.
It's good for you.
Okay, that's what people who like spicy food say.
No, but I think they say it like that spicy.
But I think there's a point where it's too much, and it doesn't. I don't think it's supposed to hurt.
No, Kimmy, they say anything that hurts you makes your eyes red and turns your face red.
Well, it opens up your pores and everything.
Is
It
that
probably
what that's doing?
I think it kind of cleans you out.
Yeah? Huh.
And you know what they say about spicy eaters?
What's that?
Better lover.
No one's ever said that ever.
Better lover, and some of the things also it helps.
Well, give me an example.
I can't say because it get delayed.
Well, can you give me a cleaner version?
It's hard to say. But I'm just saying downstairs, a little tastier.
Wait, no one has ever said that.
It has the exact opposite of asparagus.
Kimmy, can you Google to see if that's true? Preferably not on our
I don't
work
know
computer.
how to Google this.
Does your batch blah?
But it does get
blah,
affected.
blah.
As you eat.
No, some things that you eat can affect. No, it doesn't affect batch. It affects urine.
All same area.
No, it's not. Do you not know how a penis
Yeah,
works?
but
you idiot?
I do. And it's all around the same area.
No, I get you not understanding a vagina, but you've had a penis for over 6 decades.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this has been proven, but it said it's believed.
Believed.
It is believed that spicy foods increase libido and stamina as a result of the endorphin release. Certain things found in hot sauce and chili peppers trigger the release of endorphins, known as the, quote, feel-good hormone.
That has nothing to do with the second thing you said. No, it doesn't.
bro.
It doesn't make
Because
any.
if you feeling good, you tasting good.
By the way, how do you know if it tastes better?
I don't get no complaints.
It's back-to-back breaks. You have quartered yourself. 252 WCMF. Folks that have eaten jalapenos the last couple of years, they imagine.
Getting gypped.
Well, you are, and I guess you're not getting gypped. You're still getting a jalapeno.
No, but you're not getting what you really want. You're not getting that burn.
It turns out that farmers a couple decades ago started intentionally growing milder jalapenos as Mexican food became more popular for an American palate, and jalapenos scientifically are less spicy than they were 10, 20, 30 years ago. If you want the old spicy jalapenos, you have to go to these small farms that never bred out.
You got to go to Mexico.
Well, no, there's places in Texas that grow them, apparently, at least according to the story that
But
I saw.
The really good peppers, I remember when I was traveling,
Yeah.
the closer you got to Mexico, the stronger the pepper you got.
I never even bothered. I can't handle that stuff, man.
When I went to Mexico when I was busted,
Yeah.
and ate like those street tacos, oh my God, they were so good. But they were like, they burnt.
But that's like a common thing for them? Like
I
people
guess.
just, I mean, is there spicy in Mexico? Like I'm asking, I know that sounds stupid, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like if I were to order a standard
Like you're saying, like the more authentic Mexican food?
Yeah, like if I just ordered a taco off the street and I didn't say spicy, if I ate that, was that going to hurt my mouth?
Well, it seems like they only offered one style on those street cards.
Okay.
And it was just peppers, onions, and beef.
Okay.
That's it. That was the taco.
and it
There was
was
no
all-
lettuce, no tomato, nothing.
And it was hot.
Oh yeah, but man, it was good, and they were like dirt cheap.
Well, yeah, it's Mexico. Street food.
Yes.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Trent. Hey, Trent, what's good, bud?
Good morning. Tommy stealing scenes from Larry David.
Oh, is that what's happening? Because they're starting to look alike.
Yeah. I mean, that whole your batch tastes like peppers. That came from Larry David.
Look at you, you hack-ass
Wow.
comedian.
Busted.
All right, Trent, you're a big cooking guy. I know that you do the meats, you do the stuff out on the grill. Are you a spicy food guy or are you more bland?
Spicy food.
All right, so you're going out of your
Yeah.
way to find the peppers as hot as possible.
I have like 12 different hot sauce downstairs. I have fried peppers. I made a batch of hot sauce last year. And I still got it.
Are we still talking about batch or are we talking about actual hot sauce?
Hot sauce.
Okay, got
And
it.
also made a spicy Mexican spicy Mexican stew. That you eat
I think they
like
call it
tacos.
chili.
No.
See what
No,
It's a stew.
Barilla or Barilla, something like that. Not chili. Barilla.
All right, sure. We'll go with that. All right, Trent. So then if you're finding the spicier peppers, where are you going to get them?
I usually order them.
So, like, online?
Yeah.
No kidding. Man, you're taking your peppers serious, Trent.
You don't mess.
Nope. Waiting for the next super hot pepper.
All right, well, Trent,
Who
you
is it?
keep us abreast of what the next super hot pepper drops. Thank you for the call, man. I appreciate it.
No problem.
There goes Spicy Trent.
Do you, as a non-spicy person, feel judged by people who love spicy things? Because they love to tell you how spicy it is.
Mm-hmm.
If you try it and make a face, oh, it's not even hot. You're a wuss. Like they take pride in the level of spice they can
Pepper jam.
handle.
Yeah. But I look at that person as someone who doesn't have a personality. Like, the only reason they love the spicy food is because, like, there's nothing else, like, unique about them.
So you're saying Mexican people have no personality?
No, because they
The
don't.
entire country of Mexico, you have no personality, you people.
No, because
you need to open up a little bit.
Because it doesn't bother those people when they eat that food.
But they'll push it on you.
No, but I'm saying, like, they don't know
Eat
it's
the pepper.
what I was getting at earlier is if it's just normal everyday food for them, they're not eating it because it's hot. They're eating it because they're used to it. It's that guy, Kimmy, like when you go have the atomic wings at some place, right? We're like, oh, this is so good. You puss. No, that guy's got no personality.
All right.
There are plenty of wonderful personalities in the country of Mexico. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. That's going to be Rapparoo.
Audio Thursday Rapparoo, buddy.
For Thursday, that makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means.
We going to creep it up, my man.
That's right. We got a creep cap for you. We have more Burt Kreischer tickets to give you tomorrow.
Okay.
But you don't have to wait to win something.
What do I do?
Well, right now, Brit Floyd, the world's greatest live Pink Floyd tribute. Brit Floyd, the world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience, returns to West Her Auditorium March 19th with Pulse, their biggest production to date, featuring classic Pink Floyd tracks from The Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Division Bell, and Metal. Head to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets, plus VIP meet and greet soundcheck experience for two, featuring a performance of two classic songs not in the show, tour lanyards, early access to merch, and more. A prize valued at $300.
Wow.
Go do that right now. Or if you can't wait to win, tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We are super late.
All right.
All thanks to listening to Trent's tips with cooking with spicy peppers that he buys online, which sounds dangerous.
It sure does.
Online peppers.
Yeah.
For Kimmy,
Yep.
who you put up with a lot today, and I'm proud of you for not freaking out.
Thank you.
Oh, what happened?
What do you mean, what happened? You were running
You
your
were in
mouth.
a, you were in a weird. Yeah.
That was you doing.
It was like a mix of like anger and creep, angry creep.
Cramber. Kranger?
Crangry.
Yeah, you were angry. Yeah.
That is the perfect word to describe you.
For Tommy Muley, the crangriest man in all the land. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.